Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Plasma space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. By creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and the emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
The new, what we call the horizontal system. This is a breakthrough for the world of science and technology, where we can hold the soul and the physicality of the man in the same condition and operation for decades. We have the capability and the knowledge to hold on to the soul, but elevate the soul of the physicality till an illness has been processed by the two together. You can walk in with all sorts of conditions which are unthinkable today to overcome, and within hours and days you walk away with no condition. The new Horizontal Enhancement Unit, in conjunction embedded in a Universal Enhancement Unit, creates conditions which man of science and technology have never known. It creates a new condition that allows man to break through all barriers, all conditions, all plasma conditions which now has created crisis around the world, can, and within the interaction of the two systems together, create conditions that man will be from every condition of what we call collection of the fields of the plasmas in the universe. You walk on the surface of the planet, you absorb energy-packed plasmas which can endanger the life. You walk into the what we call horizontal system within a Universal Enhancement Unit, and within minutes, the balance of the fields completely allowing a new dimension and a new, what we call field transformation. In a way, if you look at this system, if you see and understand, at the moment today, we imprison our people because of their mental condition. Within minutes, within these systems, we can reach not only the soul of the man, but the conduct of the physicality of the man which connects to the soul of the man. The application and implication of the new horizontal system is beyond imagination. If you remember years ago, months ago, I explained that in the universe we have no prisons, no misconducts, because man in the process of life will be put into these systems and you will see the change. There'll be no addiction. Those who are addicted to cocaine and heroin and the rest of it, within minutes in these systems, will overcome the desire. The introduction of these systems brings a total radical change in the world of science and technology. It's not a theory. Some of these systems have already been tested and they show their effectiveness. They show their work. In a way, we change the prisons. We change sentencing to people to life in boxes, to enhancing their soul, their physicality, and within minutes, within days, they shall become a perfect man. These are not dreams anymore. These are the realities, systems, technologies, which is available to man. It's the responsibility of the governments to promote and deliver these to the prison cells, to change and close the square boxes where we put many people for years without knowing why and what's the reason. This brings a closure to mental institutes where there is no need for man to be locked up when the level of the understanding of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man does not create the balance. This technology, introduction of the new horizontal and vertical system, is a major breakthrough in the work of the Keshe Foundation and in the time to come. We introduce to you today a massive, major breakthrough, which many of you have been waiting for, and as of next year is available to all of us.
And welcome, friends, neighbors, agents of peace, universal citizens. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 24th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and everyone else who's here at this roundtable discussion. It's going to take all of us to open up these knowledge seekers workshops, among many other things. I know we're achieving a certain level of understanding. The teams working directly with Mr. Keshe are also understanding more and more as time goes on, and this is part of the process of slowly revealing this knowledge that we'll all be able to partake and understand more about ourselves. This is what he's continually emphasizing in the last number of workshops, about this understanding of ourselves and some more of our capabilities of absorbing, changing, and so on. So anytime we're going to reveal some of the 504th, a few selected clips, but if you can help with your understanding in any of these, it could help the rest of us. Sometimes you see things from a different point of view or a different understanding, but it does seem like the foundation is holding all the cards, the release of the technology. We just saw the vertical unit, which he did sort of indicate was embedded into the UBISUS, which is the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. And now we know some of those systems have actually been put into a headphone configuration. So you do have the horizontal unit, I think, built in there. Again, these systems are so far advanced, but he's talking about bringing in the vertical unit into London. And we're also going to concentrate a little bit on that today, because this is the promotional end of wanting to see this technology, want it to be opened up. And so there'll be a large conference in London coming up on the 11th and the 12th for ambassadors, world leaders, and other probably prominent business people. I know Mr. Keshe said they've given it over to a promotional organizational company that specializes in this sort of work. So they're going to be taking the lead in invitations and also probably sales of the tickets. So if you're at all interested, I would say in the next week or two, you should definitely contact the Keshe Foundation, which is on their website. But before we get into the workshop, anyone want to share anything or any thoughts or anything about the last workshop? We're going to start by reading the World Peace Treaty, as we usually do, but it's going to take all of us to unravel this knowledge as I see it at this point. So this is our World Peace Treaty, and of course, this is part of the, as he said, we're trying to create a peaceful man, more peaceful, that we don't have to get to the point of taking other entities' energies to sustain our own. And I know that seems quite far-fetched and far off for many of us, but with these systems, I think it's possible. Again, it's the systems are there for you to understand the dimension of the soul, as I understand it. So the systems, in a way, are providing a dimension of the operation of the soul. So that's why I think these systems are needed to ingrain this within us or to remind us of our capabilities. I think they're actually charging systems, this head units and so on. I know he referred to that as similar to your cell phone. When it's charged up, it's ready to use. So this charging of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, once they're both charged up, apparently some special things can start to happen. And again, you don't technically need the systems, but at this point, I think most of us do. The knowledge is all there to be able to create things in your hand or to transmute, but we're not wise to it. So these systems will probably smarten us up a little bit or wise us up or ingrain within us some of the capabilities that we have that we're using even, but we don't quite understand it. There was a question in there about using these systems, isn't it like cheating? And Mr. Keshe says, no, is going to school cheating to try to learn more. And this is what the foundation is doing with these systems and with this technology. So that's why you see so many different systems on so many different levels, and probably many of them have not even been shown to the public, but he's going to be breaking taboos in London and so forth and so on. So the prerequisite to all of this and accessing this, as I understand it, is to sign the World Peace Treaty, to confirm with yourself that you want to be a peaceful.
I accidentally muted you, Mark. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Now I see what was going on. I often wondered why that little symbol came up. But anyway, this is our World Peace Treaty. It's available at the Keshe Foundation website. It's a rather simple document. This is the document the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders and other people who want to get involved further in this technology. I think the doctors will also probably be required. I know Mr. Keshe is welcoming all doctors to join us in this delivery of the technology. So they would probably have some sort of requirement. I don't know if it's a hard and fast, but to be a private student within the Keshe Foundation, this is one of the requirements. And of course, if you're going to travel in space or interact with other entities, a peaceful person is preferable. And you probably won't go very far in the universe unless you are peaceful. Peaceful with yourself, peaceful with the other entities in your environment, and of course, peaceful with the entire universal community. which we haven't really met many of them, or maybe we have met more of them than we even know within our own structure, our own understanding. I know, as Mr. Keshe said, a third of the people on this planet are not from here. They're just hiding in the clothes of the man to have an experience in the matter state like he is, although he is a universal teacher, so he's doing more than just having an experience in the matter state. But the World Peace Treaty is one of the prerequisites, and this is the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, is that this technology and we as entities should not harm or destroy any other entities. Even with the viruses, we did not destroy the virus. All we did was take some of its energy or weaken it to the point that it was not harmful or didn't interact in such an aggressive manner. So the World Peace Treaty, again, it's far deeper than the 2 paragraphs here. And it's all about you and your interaction with your soul of physicality and your soul of the man. Feel free to print it, to hand it out, to share it, to display it. World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read it besides myself? World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or for a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position held on behalf of, again, your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed with a name, signature, date, and position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned you don't get certificates or diplomas from the Keshe Foundation, but here is a certificate that you can display and show everyone your ethos and your understanding. And many times people could see it where it was displayed and they become elevated because somehow they feel the field strength of what you signed. And then that just carries on, where the, how did Mr. Keshe put it? The creator becomes the created and the created becomes the creator. So that whole trend can continue to multiply just by you signing a World Peace Treaty and displaying it for others to see, that they could absorb some of that field strength and understanding this peaceful nature that's trying to be, in a way, ingrained, or the wrong streak taken out of humanity, this killing and destroying. We don't think of it as much, but apparently in the universe, it is quite an important ethos to follow, that we don't carry on the ways that we've been doing here. And here we're going to start to reduce them. I think that plasma unit that's coming out, the communications bundle, is definitely made to curb your desire and what you're doing in that area of killing and destroying other entities. And again, a mosquito is not much to many people. As a matter of fact, most people like to kill it, but we're understanding a higher order of understanding, that that also has a soul and that it can elevate into the position of the creator. And of course, that's not the end all. As we know, there are even levels above the level of creator. So please feel free to print this, share it, talk about it. And this is the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace, that program that we have on Tuesday. This is all, it's all these systems and all these documents and books and workshops are all part of this program that has been laid out over centuries to bring man into interaction with the universal community, which we're hearing more and more about these days, aren't we? In the Congress and other places, people talking more and more the existence of water on planets and life is basically all across the entire universe. It's us who haven't had the understanding, or it hasn't been in our reality. But now Mr. Keshe is opening up that reality and many more realities that we have capabilities to operate that we weren't even aware of. We go to the store, you will see the monthly sessions, which there's conferences going on in London, Manchester, Beijing. I think there's a medical conference, which the Keshe Foundation is involved in Macau. But these are the monthly sessions, and anyone can sign up for these. Again, there's one on October 6th, and this is the preliminary soul transmutation test. And it's also helping the foundation greatly in developing these systems. I don't actually know what's going to go on in this one, but there'll be some sort of processes to predetermine for those who can go through transmutation by themselves. This is set for us to see how a group of individuals can go through the process of transmutation phases. So there may be steps in this transmutation. I know he said in London, we see the final operation of the fields before they even go into manifestation, perhaps, of a physicality. Then, of course, on the 27th of October, the post-corona soul and soul of physicality interactions. This will be the first time that we try to bring interaction between the soul and the soul of physicality to bring the conditions which post-corona has created for many for their wellness. So I think they call it a long corona, or some lingering effects, perhaps in the smell or the breathing or other things that heart, myocarditis, and some of these other things that seem to be prevalent or still hanging on to certain knowledge seekers. So both of these are very important. And of course, it's to bring the knowledge. You're sharing your system in a way with the foundation, who is then fine-tuning their system to be able to reach these millions and billions of people who are wondering what's next in their life, or what's next in the process of existence. They understand they work and they sleep and they eat and they repeat that. They go on a few vacations, but this is opening up something for all of humanity and the creation to experience. So please take advantage of these systems, not only for your own personal enlightenment or enhancement, but also for, especially for the others who will have access to these systems in the future. We also have the, as I said, maybe we should play that first in the 504 and hear a little bit more about it, and then we'll just review the London conference again. As I said, Mr. Keshe is the one that has the technology, is developed the technology, is determining its release when and where and how, in collaboration with the Chinese government. But I think there's some other things with other corporations perhaps going on in the background. I don't know if it'll be exclusively through China, but he did say we'd see much of this technology. And the strength of this technology would be shown in the mass manufacturing of the technology. I know he talked about the energy unit, and he said we just wanted to make a few pieces, and he said the Chinese were ready to produce millions of them. So I think they're more than ready to go. I'm sure they're still testing the technology, but there's so many different systems. a heating system, feeding through the headphones, wellness Parkinson's through the wellness centers. So there's just so many fire extinguishing equipment, which he said may be shown in London as well. But again, that was a little cryptic as well, where we heard him talk about this fire water and the understanding of it. And then really the knowledge was, the fire was the knowledge of man's soul. So I don't know exactly. I think of fire suppression equipment as something that firemen would use or emergency personnel would use. So there's a lot of things. The fish in the tank may also be shown, where a drop of water goes into a fish tank. I know he talked about that in the first exhibition center, but it's gotten delayed, or for whatever reason, it's now perhaps going to be shown in London. So this will be quite a fantastic, and we'll cover it right after the first part here, where Mr. Keshe said, this is mostly about you and being able to absorb and create within yourself without even any conditions in the environment, where they can create this soul which creates within the creator. Again, it's rather cryptic. Much of this to me is, I don't know if anyone else has an overview of this workshop and would like to share it, but please feel free. Or an aspect of it that you heard. Does anyone would like to share anything about this last workshop, if you've had a chance to review it or hear it? I know some people, it conflicts with their work time and other things in their schedule. But again, it's so much deeper, I think, than we realize that it is. And that's why I'm saying we need all of us to help open it up. Okay, let's go to the beginning of the workshop, and we'll sort of hear about what he's directing us to, this capability to absorb and interact within ourselves much more than we ever thought possible. Feel free to stop it if you have a question or you'd like to make a comment.
Of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again in this weekly series of workshops. And once again, of course, we have Mr. Mayran Keshe to join us here and lead us through another fascinating workshop here. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready to go for today?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back, as usual, to share and to understand and to, in a way, make some progress, understanding more about our own life. On this planet, we have done enough work to understand when the weather changes, when it's going to be a rain, when it's going to be sun, how the hills, how they were built, and how mountains were created, and oceans where it was dry and wet, and cycles of ice age and the rest of it. But we never try to understand about the soul. How does it operate? What happens when it interacts different way? What happens when it interacts different way to other objects and the rest of it? And a few days ago, I was looking at something very interesting, and he brought a breath of fresh air, because I looked at this years and years ago when I was a student, and it was part of the life to understand more. We call it desert. Barren, nothing on it. And we call it the surface of the moon. Barren, nothing on it. Other planets, we call it oceans, liquids, and we call it water on this earth and oceans, to our understanding. But if you look at it, how come we have deserts on earth? What field interactions creates them? What condition of the soul of the earth and the soul physicality of the earth leads to the physicality of the desert? Which shows still I'm part of the universe. I follow the same A little bit of twist on one side gives you the four seasons, but still the same in a direction, in a dimension of what we call the twist, the angle decline or inclination of the Earth. So in a way, if we twist the Earth back to its normal position, vertical, this planet will be barren. Will be nothing on it. And maybe is, as I said in the teaching of last week, will be the same as where many of you landed and called it the moon. Maybe that's a condition of our soul when we land. We create a barren solar system which carries no life. Our life, when you look at it, the change between our life and the animals with the 4 legs is how many times that we can go vertical and horizontal. And the interaction of the fields of the planet with our soul, with our brain, has created a variation in dimension of the field strength. We call it intelligence.
So that's one of the ways we're gaining intelligence, is that interaction with the fields of the planet with our soul when it's in a horizontal condition or a vertical condition. This creates something known as intelligence, where other creatures just walk in that one vertical or stand horizontally in one position, it seems. And this creates some sort of intelligence within us, this interaction of moving from a vertical position to a horizontal and vice versa. This creates some sort of intelligence.
What would you do if you become that planet, you become that star, and you remember Earth? If I stay in one position, I stay barren. Or would I create life in the essence of the creation? Or I have to change something inside to show a different dimension outside. Scientifically, if you understand, if you change characteristics of the inner magnetic fields of the Earth, you don't need to turn the Earth a few degrees to create the 4 seasons. You change the strength, you change something inside the center of the Earth. It will create maybe much better, greener, total green planet, even though it's still vertical rotation. So what's inside counts and not what looks outside. In the coming weeks, not months, we will show such a planetary system. The Keshe Foundation Research and Development is targeting to that point, where we don't need to rain out. We attach to, we bring it to be, we make it close. We can make a system that on the surface of it is all coal, or on the surface of it is all omega-3, we call it the ocean, and we don't need the interaction of outside. Within the new system getting developed, we can create a condition of the heart, we can create a condition of the kidney. In a way, the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation Research Team has reached the point that we can create a creation within the creator.
So that was a bit of an anomaly. We always thought it was the environment. Now he's saying we can create the conditions within the creator. You can create a condition of a heart. That must be something to do with the soul that's being created in these systems. And it's not clear to me. Anyone want to open that up at all? He said it's not so much about the environment. The planet can still rotate vertically on a straight axis and have it even more lush. We always thought it was this angle of inclination that created the 4 seasons, but apparently it's what goes on inside that system. As he said, I am the creator of me, and you have the ability to change. And I think this is what he's alluding to here. You could create a even greener planet without the angle just by changing something on the inside.
Actually, this was set up to be done years ago, and now we are back on track. The technology, the understanding is how we create the soul inside and how we let the inside soul to interact with outside soul of physicality. And then we decide what we manifest to manifest itself, to show what it is. I can change the characteristics in a very beautiful way, and then I'll get the planet that just produces diamond, and it'll be the lover of every woman on this planet. They won't carry a diamond ring on their finger, but they carry a box in them that creates diamond. Now becomes a new fashion. Or I can change the system that produces water all the time. It's a planetary of ocean. The knowledge and the understanding is to understand how to interact the two systems. The soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man. And then you decide, I don't need to interact with outside to create me. I have to understand I have created me within how I look outside. Do I want to be visible? Do I want not to be visible?
So again, it's all about your soul of physicality and your soul of the man and creating these interactions. I don't think I can do it for you, or you can't do it for me. It's you that has to unravel this interaction in your unique creation, I would say. So this is the way the direction he seems to be pointing us in, and not so much these outside reactors. Although we still have the systems, but this is what it's leading to, I think, down the road, without systems, perhaps, in the future. Although we haven't really played with the systems yet. And some people may not even need the systems at all. Apparently, all the knowledge is there, but yet no one has been able to pick it all up and put it all together. So that's why I believe the systems are showing you a dimension of how to create these interactions, to understand the work of the soul by using the systems that are being offered by the foundation. And again, these systems, he said, are just in their infancy.
Would I like the top half to be green and the bottom half brown, as this planet does? We call it the green continent of Europe, and we call it the brown continent of Africa because of the dryness band of interaction of the fields. The knowledge of the man has reached a point that we even can decide how to elevate our souls, how we can increase the dimension of the field strength of the soul, that it changes the manifestation of physicality outside, even though the soul of physicality stays the same. In the coming weeks and months, we'll bring a revolution in understanding of the science of the man of his own creation. And then man will understand where we're going to. In London conference, you will see a new dimension in science, more or less interaction of the fields, what in the last stage will be. In the Beijing conference, we manifest the creation of the latest technologies that man cannot even dream, cannot even comprehend their existence. We have appointed one of the leading agencies in the world to promote both conferences. Instead of knowledge seekers knocking on every embassy, one of the most reputable, what we call public relations companies in the world, will invite the world leaders to see their own souls, operation of their physicality in Beijing. In London, we show you how the last stage of the physicality of the man will be. As I said before, the knowledge has reached the point that in the coming days and weeks, we'll separate the two and then merge it together, that you choose in what shape and form you want to exist. You choose if I want the elevation of my soul, or what I dreamt to be a desert and I put the sand in my pocket and I held the stone in my hand, is not for me. But one question to ask yourself: what is hidden within that deserted island, in that deserted planet, in that place which you create? What do I need to create within me that the planet I create will not do what the man did on his own? How much change and what I need to reach that point. But in a way, if we all reach the same point, it'll become what Mr. Ford said a century ago: you can have any car, any color you like, as long as it's black, because we have no other color.
So that seems like you're being, in a way, you're having an understanding of not to create a similar condition that we find on this planet if you're one of the ones that want to go and create in the universe. So that's what it seems like, what is being embedded or understood about the next creation process you might be involved in, that you don't want to bring the bad streaks that's prevalent on this planet. So this, again, is a phenomenal understanding of your responsibility in the universe. And whether you want to do that creation, it seems.
Then you all want to have a green planet, and then all have to be this and that. But let your soul elevate. Let's understand the process of creation, and then see if we would all like to be the green planet. What is the beauty within a brown planet? What is the beauty within an ocean planet? And how much we need to do to achieve to that point. Achieving the point of understanding the point of creation, we call it the heaven. And when we fail to that point, we call it hell. And the prophet of the past could not tell you this because you did not have the comprehension of it. You could not understand it's within me to create the heaven and hell, and it's me who decides to reach the level of understanding of my own creation, to what I call manifestation of myself, a nearness to the Creator. So in the term of the man, they created the fire and everything else that you'll be burned and the rest of it, to put man on the track. Put man on his understanding of try not to go too far, but some still do because they've already been burned in the dimension of physicality, in every essence of from emotion to physicality, and nothing has changed. They see themselves alone. They see themselves as abandoned. And then if you learn, if you understand, that is me who can change that within me, not by my thoughts, not by medication and the rest, but by elevation of the fields, the strength of within me. Then you come to understand, I am the creator. I am the creator of me. Even though my physicality was put together in another position, now I have the essence, I have the power, I have the understanding to change. Not by makeups and the frock of the man, but by elevation of the soul of the man. And this is all about you for yourself. Nobody can give you a system, and nobody can teach you unless you come to the point of understanding of the totality of the creation yourself.
So again, all about you, not so much about this reactor, that reactor, building a system. Again, I don't think anyone can build, put together, and deliver anything even close to what Mr. Keshe is talking about here. So it's all about your own reactor, which we're all set up to explore. And the MagRav is already set within you. So it's for us to, and I'm not preaching to you saying I've figured it all out. I'm telling you to do it, but it's for us individually to find it within ourselves and then to share it, I guess, with the others, or to grant others that ability to discover within themselves who they are. This is what it seems to me, the way the foundation is moving at this point. As he said, the universal system is you. And this is what we haven't wanted to accept as much as we've wanted to accept systems that'll help us to get here. But eventually, the bottom line is the system is you. But at the same time, he's talking about embedding systems within you. So whether that will be for the people who are so stuck with the physicality that they need the system, maybe others will be freer and discover this interaction within themselves and be able to do it as Christ or the Buddha did. Christ with the transmutation, the Buddha also did a transmutation in front of people, but wasn't able to fully teach it, as I understand it. And Christ showed us, but again, he showed us what he did. He didn't tell us exactly how he did it, but we have all these capabilities in us to perform these things. But I think the system assist will help greatly to instill, embed, and sort of revive something that we're using, but we weren't aware we were using. So I thought I'd go to a different one. Here, another clip. Again, I don't have this exactly set up where I wanted it, but we'll continue on. Any thoughts from anyone? Would anyone like to add anything for the others to understand what you're understanding about this? And no one's wrong, so don't worry about that. And no one's 100% right. Okay. He's again here talking about transmuting and saying that we'll have the ability to see how life is as a plant in the forest or as a dog. Now, whether that would be just for a minute or an hour or a day, perhaps that's up to you, where you can experience this sort of interaction with their environment and other entities and see what it feels like. There must be a reason for this. Again, seeing things through other people's eyes perhaps makes you understand more, or with the plant, no eyes, but understand more about the creation, their creation, and that you can move into that creation if you want to. Let's just hear a little bit more about the system. He goes on to start with the system switching off and waiting for others to come in. And also about the tuning the systems to make this calcium. Apparently there's matter state calcium, plasma even though they're the same, they're in different dimensions. And creating this calcium, apparently, which is the seed of every cell in the body, and making that perfect.
Sorry, Mark, I did it again. Muted you.
Sorry, I was talking with my mic. Oh, okay, you muted. Okay, no problem. You can play. It's okay. That's fine. But let's hear a little bit more about this calcium, which is the root of every cell. And he talks about being able to experience it in the four-wheelers, in the root of the plant, or as a rock. So there's much, much more to learn in every area we turn around the foundation. So we're more or less cheering on the work that's going on in the background. I don't think we have much control over it other than to promote it, try to understand more. So when the time comes and these systems are rolled out, people will be asking tons of questions. So the more knowledge we absorb now, it'll be better in the future for us to explain a little bit more about them, and even going through some of these systems and what the experiences were like. Because this is very new to people, this reality. And that's, as I heard recently on another program, they were saying just in the 1800s, science did not accept rocks could fall from the sky. Even though we now call them meteors, everyone seems to understand that they do. There's little pieces and bits of sand that fall. But at that point, 200 years ago, the reality was rocks do not fall from the sky is not falling. As we heard in one of those fairy tales or one of the other ones where the sky is falling. But just up to 200 years ago, the reality was that these things didn't really fall from the sky. I haven't researched it, I just had heard that. But again, the foundation is opening up new realities, many new realities for all of us. But we're so physical, myself included, that we sort of reject that and keep reverting back to the matter state understanding of things. So let's hear a little bit more about these systems and how it's switched off and waited for others to come in.
And we now see how the computer line sending a message is more or less irrelevant. And it's amazing, especially it took us those of you who were in the last session on Friday, you realized the session went too long because some people couldn't get in or they went to the wrong link. I went to the wrong link and then I was told by the IT I'm in the wrong place, I have to come to this place. And we're trying to get this few people back into the right place. And the system would not, the graph which we take monitoring the source would not change, still shut down. The second,
And I had that as well. I tried to join with the session, and what had happened was it kept telling me to switch systems, that to be authenticated, I needed to switch to another system. So I tried it once, it didn't work. I tried it another time. So I was about 40 minutes late joining this session. I almost gave up on it, but then somehow I got in. I don't exactly know how I got into the session, but it was, there was no update on Zoom or anything, but there was some sort of blockage. And now we hear Mr. Keshe also arrived at the wrong location. But the system apparently knew some of these things and would not start. That's what it sounds like to me. So the soul of the system was aware who was supposed to be there, and it seemed to wait to go turn itself on to go further until everyone was there that was supposed to be there. That's very interesting.
this person came in, the system started operating. The soul of the system was aware of the operation. And we did this test a few times during the session. I especially set this up when I noticed it to see if we can do. If one of you falls out, in a way, the expansion of the soul is not there, the system stops. And we've seen it now, we see it categorically. When your expansion of the soul is not there to interact with our system doesn't show anything. It's just like a switch off. And this brought us a lot of wonders at the beginning. How come the sunny system switches off and we don't see anything? And we, setting the system, understanding the process, now we understand fully the operation, and now we're setting up another system to see which way it actually moves. We can see when you actually go through the dream phase, as you call it. We can see when the soul has expanded and interacts with our system. And suddenly in between you go for a coffee, your soul is still connected, physically goes for a coffee, but the system stays on. And when your soul expansion reduces, we go back. And I said to our team in the back, just let it run. till we see it comes back, because somewhere you come back in. And then I asked the people, oh, I received the calls, it was disturbed, I couldn't be there. And now we have a huge understanding on the systems we have developed physically to confirm this. As I said, you knowledge seekers worked with us hand in hand in past year and the past 2 years to literally develop a system which works on the operation of the soul of the man. This next 2 sessions which we put on for the transmutation, this is very important for us and for you, because now we should be able to set fully systems which we can transmute. We understand the full 360-degree dimension of the soul. And maybe next visits in, what do you call it, Beijing, you will go through that transmutation. Because now our team has understood, sees, set up, and goes through the next phase. And we clearly know, it's like a runway, if I call it. We know which way you're coming, where you land, and how you take off. Now we have to make this precise. Does it depend on the dimension of the wind you land left to right? Or is it always right to left, doesn't matter which way the wind goes, but this time, how it gets is what you call parameters of dimensions of the fields to go. When is the point of transmutation? That we can set the machine, this is the time, ready to transmute. We are literally there, we are 90% there. It's the final, maybe 3 months, 6 months, twitches of it to literally transmute you through the soul. Because we've seen the runway, we've seen the flight, we've seen the wind tunnel, we see which way the strength fields come and goes. It's our team have to understand it. Otherwise we jump and then something goes missing. It's the same with a new system we are developing. Can we get your soul inside the system and transmute the system, as always said, the envelope, and then open, release you back in the environment? There's a lot of understanding. There's a lot we never understood. There's a lot. Our systems have been upgraded. Most probably in London you see the first vertical system. Hopefully our team can finish it, where we can transmute from one to another. And gradually build this up to its final position next 3-6 months. And how we can allow our system to collaborate with you to reach that point. Take you from your bedroom and land you in middle of a football pitch where you want to watch the football. It is possible. Knowledge is understood. Our team has to catch up a little bit, and then we go back. The original work has to be to understood the strength of the origin. It's no use having the gans of copper and the gans of zinc and the gans of this and that. We have to go back to the origin, and our team has to start understanding this origin. So if maybe in coming time, next 2 years, maybe next month, maybe 10 years, when our team understands, I was explaining yesterday, to our knowledge seekers, that you want to see how does a plant feel being in the forest. You want to see how a dog feels being a dog. Now we have the knowledge, we can do that. We can allow you to travel in the dimension of the soul, for yourself to be that dog, for yourself to be that plant. It's a technology. We understand how in our systems, our understanding, we can tune to make calcium as a rock. We can tune our system to make calcium as in the cell of the man in the body of an entity. It's a totally different calcium. And we can make a calcium to be in the root of a plant or a leaf of a tree, to feel how that tree feels, to feel how the stone feels, and to feel how the man feels. This is a knowledge of creation. We don't think about it. We just got so used to it, nonsense, that it becomes nonsense to us. We go to a chemist, we ask for a tablet of calcium. We give our blood test, and they tell us there is elevation in your calcium level. And we go to the fruit shop and we buy a fruit or a plant, something, vegetation we eat, and they say if you did this, increases your calcium. But these calciums are different. One is a matter state as a stone. One is in the state of the gas and state of what I call intelligence of the four-wheelers. And then the other one is the life structure of vertical people. We chose the same word, the same classification, the same name for the same thing, but actually operates, totally exists in 3-4 different dimensions. The calcium of the plasma is totally different than the rest. Up to now we talked about the bone, the vegetation or a stone. Now we have to add the calcium energy as a plasma, which creates all those. Depends what condition you give it. And now I cannot carry, up to now we had a problem of carrying different food for astronauts. I can't carry different buckets of gases. We have to understand the essence of origin of the creation. And we understood. And our knowledge seekers are getting taught. And with that, we don't need to carry gases. As I said to you, gases are out of game. But we have to play that game till our knowledge seekers understand that it becomes a technology. And then you create a calcium as a stone in your kidney or in your wherever, where it should not be. How come you get the kidney stone? Because the condition of environment has changed. That now that calcium is stopped being as part of the four-legged protein, in that position is become a matter state. Science have never understood this. Now we can put a machine next to your kidney and create a condition of the four-legged and there's no stone. Do you need to go and have an operation or get it ultrasound crushed that you discharge and see the stone? Now with the knowledge which is in the head of the Keshe Foundation, we just need to change the environment of the kidney and there is no stone. All these things we see with the operations, this and that, very soon become a thing of the past. Because now we have the knowledge, we understand what needs to be at the time of manifestation, even though it's the same element by the name of the man.
I know he talked about doing a deep dive into this calcium, this understanding of it being multiplied or being taken away. So there's a lot of knowledge in this calcium. And I think it was in the last workshop or one of the previous ones recently where he did indicate the perfect calcium would create the perfect cell. And this is one of the things that happens to us as we get older. We're not printing it out the same way. Apparently, it's not as perfect, or we're making more ones that are off in a certain way, but it sounds like this key to creating the perfect calcium will bring an endeavor of wellness or a certain aspect of wellness into the body of the man. And apparently they understand the calcium as a rock, calcium as a plasma in the man, or in the plant as well. So this is a huge knowledge, which again, the team is just starting to understand. Mr. Keshe says we can't go too fast, or otherwise it's just magic if they skip over it. So slowly, it's getting released, but it's for the benefit of all. And that's part of these monthly sessions. If you can make yourself available for these sessions, it not only helps you, but it helps the foundation tremendously perfect the systems. Now, I did create a small video earlier today about the doctors. Maybe we'll go there. And where Mr. Keshe said the doctors are going to be invited, even though they've tried before, apparently, to come into the foundation, things weren't totally set up. I'm just looking for that timestamp. I don't know if I actually have it. Let's try this one. Just a second. Where the doctors that are interested, I'm sure a lot of doctors realize the way they're practicing or what they're practicing is not really, as we've heard, we have a very, at least in the United States, a very expensive care system, but it's not so effective. So doctors are being invited to join the foundation and to be part of this new delivery of new plasma technology in the medical arena. We know it applies to health, it applies to agriculture, it applies to energy production, and of course it applies to space travel. But the health and wellness is, and feeding apparently is what Mr. Keshe is moving in at this point in time, more a concentrated effort in the wellness area, and also the headphones for feeding, it sounds like.
My own about that kind of thing. You told us that Parkinson's can be processed, among many others, in just a few minutes. If it can already be done, what should a patient with such a problem do? Thank you very much.
Contact Keshe Foundation through the normal channels. Let me explain. It's a very good question you put in. As you know, many knowledge seekers participated or purchased or jointly purchased the obesos. Those obesos would become a very cumbersome thing to do. We changed this to agencies. All the knowledge seekers who purchase obesos now have been changed to licensing agencies. And from now on, it becomes very fast because we will shift the small units to them to be able to meet the people who need it. If you have a Parkinson, to go to one of these agents for wellness. And then they put this through to our, what do you call it, the operational center with the doctors. So first of all, You contact Keshe Foundation. At the moment, you go through the process of the headphones, but in the near future, as the systems now are getting produced and getting dispatched, you go to the agents, and they, as agents, they just provide the facility to use the system in operation with the what we call our central command, I call it. We will release in a very short time a list of doctors and people who bought systems or take licenses to bring what do you call it, doctors in, because everything is done through operation of the doctors through the wellness. And if you're a doctor and you want to use the facilities of the Keshe Foundation, now it's become worldwide available. Go through the Keshe Foundation info and set up your, what do you call, the licensing and whatever, to be able to bring your, what do you call it, people to be able to use the technology. You have a Parkinson, get in touch with one of the agents or go directly to the Keshe Foundation and they send you to these people in different areas which they have the license agreement with us. As I told you, everything we've set up in the past now gradually is taking shape. Our team are working backwards, bending backwards to get these things sorted and done. And we are bringing in more doctors in the background to be able to handle this. In the next few weeks, 24-hour operation becomes necessary. Language doctors will become necessary as we see it now, that the Spanish language will have the doctors who operate with them, the Italians the same, or the French. And if you're a medical doctor, you have to be a medical doctor. And you can meet our licensing conditions. You're quite welcome from now on to join the wellness structure of the system, which is set up and run by the doctors. We just facilitate our technologies delivered to them, and you use the technology facilities. So you have a Parkinson for the next few days or a couple of weeks. Get in touch with the Keshe Foundation. We put you to the area of the license which covers, and then they organize it through the, what do you call it, the Keshe Foundation Service Center. And it can be very, very fast and effective done, and then we have to increase the number of the, what we call, systems to be able to meet the demand. And I know a lot of doctors in the past requested if they can join the system. Now we are getting ready, we are ready to go that in that direction, as now we change everything into licenses and the systems are set up and the facilities are in operation. Write to us again if you're doctors who want to use it, and if you meet our licensing agreements with the, what do you call it, with the operation, we now meet most of the demand. You got to realize our systems are at their infancy and our doctors are learning more. We provide the technology to them and how they operate it and how they see it. And I'm sure we'll gain a lot from them because we get the feedback and we see how things take shape. Go through info@keshe.foundation, or I think it's called health@keshe.foundation, and they put you to then the license holders in the area you are, and then arrange. Everything now goes through area by area. Unless we don't have anybody in the area, you still deal with the wellness center, service center, and the doctors there handling the situation.
I think one of the addresses was health@spaceshipinstitute.org.
Yes, that's one of them, yeah. Right. But in next couple of weeks, a list of license holders will be released. And these license holders, as they receive their systems, they can start operating with you what you need. These are not doctors, or if there are doctors, they still refer you back to the center where the doctors operate because it's their decision. It's very much as you go to an insurance company and they put you in touch with the doctor where the system is. It's the same kind of. But we are ready for it. We set things up, and now it took 2 or 3 years. Now we are ready. The technology is ready, but even our systems are evolving so rapidly that when I look at what it looks very advanced technology, what we shared with you in the past, it's more or less surpassed by the new what we call technologies which are getting developed, and the systems are getting upgraded. Even when you look at these units, the head units, the small white ones, these have totally changed inside. A much, much powerful system, much more effective system. And as I said, what you see on the table on this floor has the capacity to change quite a lot. Even in the past, I was looking at these units. I think if you came to Linz, you saw the unit, and you will see the units in London, you see the change. Physically, you can see the evolution, development, and leap in technology. Any other questions?
Okay, so any doctors in any languages can apply to the Keshe Foundation for a licensing agreement. If you meet the conditions, then I think you'll be incorporated into the system. So this is how they're going to reach tens of thousands of people simultaneously. And again, such a powerful system, but don't hesitate on trying to secure one of these headphone units or other things that it'll be outdated or go out of just the way you upgrade your Zoom. I think you'll be able to upgrade your systems depending. I know he talked about adding a heat component onto it, something that would warm the home perhaps, and that'll get fed through the system. So there are many, many, many things that are being developed and that are being understood by the team that works closely. So this development is ongoing. I know at one point he said we're going to have to draw a line because every time we complete something, there's something else that could be added onto it. So I think they're going to draw a certain line in a certain position and then go ahead with it. But the doctors are being asked to join, or it's up to you if you'd like to be part of this technology and to see how it works, understand it more and more. You may not be able to build a system, but you'll certainly be able to be licensed and to promote the wellness through these fantastic systems. Any thoughts from anyone? Anyone would like to add anything? Let's see if we can go to one more clip here and then we'll do the Dome of Peace. I don't think we heard this one. Let's see if we can start it here. And this is, again, understanding more of the interaction of the fields. I'm not sure here.
Understand how your soul operates. Look and understand how your soul physicality operates. Sit and look. Can I change the color of my skin in a given position? Can I make myself tan without going to the beaches of Spain and Bahamas?
This is what he's talking about getting these interaction of the two souls to change the color of the skin, the color of the eyes, different positions, and so on. But in the meantime, we'll be using a system to assist us in understanding how to gain these energies at the right strength and the right interactions. this is very important he said we breathe, we absorb energies, and this feeds the soul, converted into GANs or energies in the lungs. We eat food, and that basically energizes the soul of physicality. But now, if we learn how to absorb certain fields for the soul, certain fields for the soul of physicality, we can create that condition of transmutation or other things we want to create within us, I think. So again, we have everything we need, but yet at the same time, we need to be taught how to use it. And these systems are part of that learning, schooling, embedding, recalling what we can do with our own reactors. And again, each one of us is unique, and only you can open it up, build on it, explore it, play with it, and work with it. So it seems more and more it's about you and your own reactors within you, rather than looking outside. But at this point in time, we will be using outside systems to help us to achieve this. Just like going to school, it's not cheating. You're going there to learn. And that's what these systems are designed to do. And to create a peaceful individual. At the same time, we'll go back to this a little bit more.
Does I get that emotion of satisfaction? Then you understand how much you have become in control of your own dimensions. As one of our knowledge seekers in Barletto did, don't sit there and squeeze your eyes and head trying to move the cup. Understand you have to give the love of the creator to the cup, that it moves and pleases, and the cup shall move.
And we've all practiced this, trying to lift the cup to our lips without the cup moving. But he said you have to give it the love of the soul of the creator, and then the cup will move. So we're still off a little bit on doing that, but apparently the cup will physically move if it's given what it needs to move, all within the interactions of yourself. Again, it would appear as magic to perhaps certain onlookers, but we know it's the interaction and how to use these fields. That's we all have that ability to do it, but we're still trying to obtain it. And I think slowly the technology is coming out, but it's certainly going to make a very large splash in London, Beijing, and other places, especially as the doctors get involved with it too. I don't know exactly how all that will work, but I'm sure it's been well thought out, and it was supposed to happen years ago, and now it's time for it to happen. So you can invite doctors to look into this technology. They have an open invitation to join with the Keshe Foundation, and the same with the scientists. He said, come to China. He said, we give you an open hand in how to use your technology and intermix it with the Keshe plasma technology, or vice versa. So he's not only looking for doctors to start working with this technology, but also the scientific community who may be hamstrung in the environment they're in and know they can take it further, but due to the structure that's set up, you can't really take it any further. You can come to China and work there and intermix with the Keshe plasma technology. As Mr. Keshe said, many people are going to take this technology much further than we've taken it, or the foundation has taken it, and the team. So we thank them for all that work that they're doing in the background for humanity. Okay, anyone want to make any comments or thoughts? I know it's, again, beyond the imagination of most of us that this could even be possible or being delivered or is already in operation on this planet, but this is the state of affairs at this point in time. So slowly, the foundation is opening this up, not to disturb any structures, but to add to the ability of the current structure to do much, much, much more. Things that you've imagined could be done now can actually be done, and things that we can't even imagine, technologies that we can't even imagine, are going to be shown in London and Beijing. Any thoughts? Anyone want to open anything up? Otherwise, we'll go to the Dome of Peace. Okay, I know it's quite a big work that he puts out every week between the teaching and the Q&A, and sometimes we learn more from the question and answer session than we do from the actual teaching. But I'm sure we're going to continue to review them as we learn more. The teachings seem to have more knowledge in them. And this is just a natural process. I think that as you understand more, the teachings open up to you more and more. But again, it's all about you and your understanding and your capabilities and how far you want to take it. So we create the Dome of Peace on Sunday and every other day. This is an invitation from the Universal Council that every day, this is the second part in a way of creating the Dome of Peace. We do spray the Gans waters and release them for the elevation of the soul of the planet and all its inhabitants, but we also use our own fields in that interaction, again, with the soul of physicality and the soul of the man to create certain conditions to bring peace. So that's the second step. First, we're using the matter state, the Gans material, with energies like little suns to elevate the environment. But then, of course, we know we can join together or individually and elevate just using field interactions with your soul and other souls, just providing energies of what's needed, not actually telling them what they need or how they should apply it, but making, as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, making yourself available to serve the others in this manner. So every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET or CEST for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So you can join if it's your wish to see peace, if it's your wish to see other things start to happen, the end of wars and so on. Join in this and start playing with your own reactors, even though it's much more comfortable in a way to take than it is to give. We're learning that giving is much more important, as he went through one of these examples in the workshop and trying to get a few watts and volts out of a Magrav system. Rather than take from it, give to it, and you become the feeder of it for others to enjoy the energy. And this is one of the secrets. We're all trying to take energy rather than give it to create that position of change. So feel free every day, 21 p.m. CET. There is no Zoom meeting or no Telegram. It's just the souls getting together on the soul level for the elevation of all souls. So everyone's invited. And you can start testing your own system, your own reactors. Start to play with them, start to open them up, explore them, and start to understand the capabilities that you actually have. Oops, the first step of the, let's just move this out of the way there. Okay, so this is the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is to create some GANs. If you don't know how to do that, you can go on the Keshe Wiki and you can learn how to make a GANs and how to release it anywhere you'd like, in your yard, in the rivers, in the parks, and it brings a balance. It has a certain intelligence where it creates a balanced condition wherever it goes. It seems to know what to do and how to do it.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's the first step. Today is Sunday, and hopefully everyone, no one's keeping track of what you do or how you do it, but you can do this any day, but collectively we're stronger. So the time set, we're 12 p.m. and 18 p.m. every Sunday, as you choose, until we reach that permanent feature of peace on this planet. And if anyone doesn't know how to make the GANs, as I said, you can go to the Keshe Wikipedia, and you'll find more. And it's very simple. Everyone can do it. You need a few materials and very simple to do. And of course, you can put your intentions in there. Now we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, this is using the soul to actually expand the fields of the soul and to send out these fields of peace and calmness to create this condition. But instead of using a material, a GANs, something that the physicality relates to, we're just using the plasma winds or the winds of our soul to create this change. And this is what the Universal Council is learning as well, to bring the change through the work of the soul. We've seen that in the monthly sessions as well, feeding through the work of the soul, wellness through the work of the soul. And since the soul created you, it has all these capabilities. It's just, again, we've been blind to it. We haven't woken up to some of the capabilities that we have. So let's hear this. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite And in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, so this is the part where we use our own reactors. Again, this is what Mr. Keshe has been pushing or trying to prod us into this interaction of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. I think we're huge field generators. You know, you can generate a field of anger or love or happiness, or other things. So we know we have the capability of generating fields. You're huge field generators. And this is, again, we always thought it only applies to the matter state because we're so physical. But now these emotions, these energies, emotions can bring a change. So we're going to take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, and I would add across the planet, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So again, if this is not something you do regularly, you can incorporate it. Ask your soul to remind you every day at 9 p.m. CET time that the souls are gathering to do this work, again, just on the energy level, which is much more effective than working in the matter state. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll begin now. Practice, as Mr. Keshe said, he'll handle the physical end or the physicality of things, but it's for us to practice using the energy dimension of ourselves to bring about this change. So that's what we're doing here. And we'll start now. And thank you all for your continued participation in this process. Again, so much easier working in the plasma dimension, or the dimension of energy, which doesn't take a lot of work and is quite easy to do, as opposed to the matter state, which takes a lot of energy and a lot of work to accomplish. I think collectively we do much more work in these 5 minutes than if we spent a week sending out letters and emails and telegrams and so many of the other things. So this is about the time every day within 10 minutes. I think it's about 8:50 p.m. CET time. So if you make a mental note every day about this time, you can join with others, again, not in a Telegram meeting, not in a Zoom meeting, but just on the energy level to bring about the change. And this is what we're practicing, and this is what we're achieving. So thank you all again for your continued participation in this process. And it's also helping us to, again, understand the dimension of energy as opposed to the matter state, which we're pretty familiar with. I see a new attendee in the, or new participant with the last name of Putnams. Would you like to tell us who you are, where you're from, if you'd like to? If you're close to your mic and you can open, we welcome you. Or perhaps that's someone we've known just under a different name, perhaps. Is it Tinjin? I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. It looks like T-I-J-N. Are you with us? If you'd like to say hello, where you're from, and how you found the meeting, I'd like to hear from you. Okay, and if not, you can think about that and open your mic anytime. We all have a mic here. So let's welcome in Alex Skoric by playing the disclaimer again. And that way.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yes, we welcome you, Alex. So just a minute, let me play the disclaimer.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now the part of the program which we've all been anticipating and waiting for Alex to come in and explain a little bit more to us about the plasma technology. And again, no matter which direction we go, we can seem to go deeper and deeper into this knowledge. I would say it's never ending, Alex, the depth of the knowledge. And the more you know, the more you can explain and the more you understand. Each area of this knowledge seems to have an endless depth to it. Am I anywhere close to being correct on that? Or do we just stop at a
way over my head?
Do we stop at a certain point and say we're not going any further? This is it. I've reached enlightenment. or does it continue on and on and on?
Well, personally, I thought this was it. And I want to thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, and also for leading the pack here. You're quite the leader, and everyone respects you highly for the work that you do. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America, and I want to welcome everybody here, including the foreigners. And the reason for that is because without you, this team would not be as powerful as it is, because we are broadcasting on 6 continents. And so this is so wonderful, because what we're talking about is the teachings of Aaron Tabakoli Keshe on behalf of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're going through a process of reviewing the 4 years of teaching. We're in the advanced insight review. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is September the 24th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. This period in time was a very emotional time, and it's kind of strange how that has dovetailed with the events of this week. And although, you know, we're not a commentary here, we're an educational institution here, and we're looking at how angels and angels interact. And it kind of defines what is man-made and what is the role of man. And so, yes, in this era, we introduced the vertical enhancement units and, of course, the horizontal enhancement units to complement the universal body enhancement units. So please fasten your seatbelts, and I hope you enjoyed the ride, because it's going to be bumpy. And of course, a few months prior to this, we introduced the Freedom Convoy, and a lot of people around the world were kind of astonished to see the Canadians reacting this way, because this convoy involved freedom and peace. And one of the things about the Canadians is that we have established over the decades a reputation as peacekeepers, the world's peacekeepers. And unbeknownst to a lot of people, including myself as a Canadian, and I'm a proud Canadian, but as senior members of the peacekeeping forces had to explain to me the difference between a delivery boy and a peacekeeper is like a pizza delivery. If you're driving a car and delivering pizza, you could actually be delivering 2 things. You could be delivering your car to a thief, and you could be delivering pizza to a customer. And in fact, when the customer pays you, you could be delivering that money to a thief as well. Of course, your objective is to keep your car and deliver the money back to the restaurant that produced the pizza. So point of view is very, very important. So as a peacekeeper, the Canadian peacekeepers had to understand that they were not in the business of delivering weapons. So as they went around with their rifles, all the residents knew that those rifles were empty. There were no bullets. There was no point in attacking the Canadian soldiers, because you'd get a rifle with no bullets, and what good is that? And so the true meaning of peacekeeping came through. And this was the Canadian ethos. And the Freedom Convoy exhibited that ethos. And it was a protest seeking freedom, peace, and promoting love. This was the feeding system dividend. So people had to understand that there's a conditional feedback and an unconditional feeding. And a lot of people had to review their inalienable rights to understand, what do we have as citizens of Canada, as citizens of North America, and as citizens of the earth. And this is a really big deal because we have built up this reputation over decades. And this week, all that came crashing down. But the whole world is this problem with respect to what we call the donkey hesitancy, because as long as, you know, we're okay and we've got a little tiny perfect world, we don't have to worry about anything else. And this was the phenomenon with the Trumpers. You see, in their tiny perfect world, everything was fine because they had special exemptions. But when those exemptions were removed, they decided to join the rest of the population. And rather than being resentful, the rest of the population greeted them warmly. And of course, we all waved the Canadian flag because we knew which country we were in. And the Keshe Foundation has a flag too that promotes peace around the world. And this is all based on the technology by Mr. Keshe that he embodied within the book, starting with book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And then it went to book number 2, which is The Structure of Light. And then book number 3, which some people think should be book number 1 because it talks about the origin of the universe. And so there's a bit of confusion, but it all comes together when you understand that what we're looking at as we all are pursuing the Freedom Convoy is how do we get on the plasma highway? And where's the on-ramp and where's the off-ramp? And we have to understand that the off-ramp is the peace ramp. And so when we're searching for outer space, our little embodiment of our little piece of pie in the sky, we have to understand that the only way to get there is with the unlimited speed limit of the peace process. And to facilitate that, on October the 6th, we'll be doing a preliminary soul transmutation test. And this is a very ambitious session because it involves more than just the individual. And so this is an advancement that we started on December the 16th with the fulfillment of the prophecies. This is the new prophecy. And so, as I say, fasten your seatbelts. Now, one of the byproducts, the dividend, as we call it, of the past 3 years was to develop the cups of life, and we all had a chance to do that within our homes. Everyone was able to do that, including children as young as 5 years old. And sometimes they're way better than the adults, because the adults have all these emotional attachments, because the cups of life facilitate the emotional strength that is part of the core space. It's a reflection of that inner space within us. And it comes from this nebulous point that we're trying all to identify. And so, as I said, this is the Advanced Insight Review. And as with all the Insight series, we see that we did advanced teaching, advanced understanding, advanced knowing, and now we're into advanced insight. And as I say, I thought this was going to be the culmination of the basic teaching, because we were crossing into no man's land and learning about laminar flow and the spectrum, feedback, manifestation points, and of course the refugium. And as we were traveling through these uncharted skies, trying to figure out who's the teacher and who's the student, who's the leader, who's the follower, what do you believe? Do you believe what you hear? Do you believe what you see? And then we realize that we have to follow the moral leader. That's what makes the default positioning choices. And, can we sort it out, and can we get elevated? And can we go through this rough road ahead? Certainly. But we just have to tune in to the universe and turn on the energies that it gives us and drop out from our resistance to overcome our soul limitations. So we understand the difference between the soul of man and the soul of body and the physicality of the man and the body. And we see how we were all transformed into independent variables, and yet we're all facilitating the emotional presence. And the emotional presence really is between the emotion of the past and the emotion of the future. And somehow we're anchored and we'd like to elevate. So we have to look at the feeding system that comes from the sun and the feedback system that comes from the earth. And the interaction of these two field forces is what we call inertia. And what really makes this work is trust. You have to trust that it works. And why not? You already trusted it when you were born. And so we find that this distrust happens because in our society, we find that the cross you double cross is your eternal burden. It is a burden. It locks you behind the gates of hell. And so we have to put that behind us and understand that yes, energy binding is very important because it's self-serving. But does it have to be self-serving at the expense of others? So your gain is someone else's loss, and nobody wants to lose. So they require an extra motivation, deception, lying, cheating, and stealing, persuasion. And the only way that that can happen is because the vision of man gets disconnected from that original transformation point down to the physical transport point. And there is this focal point in between. And we become disconnected from that because we only see half the picture. And then compounding that, we have other factors that disconnect us within our physical manifestation. So we have to reconnect our soul and meditate on that and understand that in order to open up the soul and allow for the universe to feed us, we have to yield to those forces so that we can receive. And we have to provide a pattern. Without that pattern, we don't get the energy, and that's why we have to learn. And when we learn, we find that, yeah, we keep the energy flowing and it serves us. We become self-serving. And furthermore, we become more self-serving when we're doing it at the enhancement of others, because when we realize that our community members are sick and we are healthy, it doesn't matter. Our community is still sick. So if you want to live in a healthy community, make sure your neighbors are healthy as well. So we have to give. And why do we give? Because energy is in motion. But energy is always positive, so it has a charge. That charge reflects the motion. And so the negative is the giver. The positive is the taker. And so we find that based on the surface to volume ratio of the mass that we're talking about, the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. So we can actually change the rate. We can change the charge. We can change the intensity. We can change the rate of flow, or we can increase the strength of the binding. Hence, this energy can be flowing or binding. But in order to do that, we have to understand this principle of interaction where it's a two-way street and that energy is always in motion. So you can't grab onto it and stop it and corral it. You have to put it in a field and let it keep going. And so when you create this binding of energy in your field, what we call a maggraph, it has to keep moving. But in order to keep moving, it has to interact. And so therefore there has to be a flow from this binding of one to the binding of the other. There has to be a flow in between. So we have to understand this basic principle. And yet here we are talking about the advanced insight, because you see, when we're talking about no man's land, we're trying to facilitate verification and validation because that's how the scientific community understands. The problem, of course, is to understand that you have to do it with man-made means. And man-made means is not the way that we created transmission and transition and facilitated the point of existence, which we call transmutation. In that point, when we have a balanced maggraph, it's not visible. It's right at that so-called confirmation point. This transmutation is a crossover point that crosses over from the vanishing point. And that crossover point is somewhere in between. And it's undifferentiated. It's no man's land. This is the limitations of the soul and how it can transmute from the plasmatic reality to the physical reality. And as we said, it's a two-way street. So if it can go from the physical reality, it can also go back to the plasmatic reality. But there's a key difference. Then when we're talking about the plasmatic reality, that's manifestation. But when we're talking about the physical reality, that's materialization. And so likewise, to go from beyond the vanishing point, from the point of transparency, we have to cross over no man's land, where we go from dematerialization to materialization. And since it's a two-way street, we have to understand that we have to cross no man's land again to get to the point of dematerialization. How does that work? We talked about somatids, tiny bodies, so tiny that even this picture with 30,000 times magnification, which no doctor in Canada has, shows you live blood cells. And as you can see, there's nothing in there. It's just a ring. And then in between these blood cells, there are these tiny dots. Those are the somatids. And so between the somatids and between the cells is no man's land, because the somatids are created by the red blood cells. And where do they go? So we have to understand this daisy chain harvest, where it isn't one somatic. It isn't one energy pack. The flow keeps coming. And it comes in a certain direction with a certain strength, and more keeps coming. And so we look at the harvest of all of this energy coming together. So there's you at the beginning, and the energy flows, and it comes out the other side. And of course, that's not you, right? You is what you bind. What's not you is what you flow. And so in between each connection, between each station, between each lily pad, there's a connection. And so the relationship is, if we're taking from the left, that's me. And if we're giving to the right, well, that's not me. And we see the result, the harvest. The sun, the earth, the vertical people, the horizontal people, the human people, we're part of the horizontal people. And then, of course, that waste, which we throw away, that planet somewhere in the nebulous universe. And so we see that this energy that is coming in is strong. And as it gets to the other side, it gets kind of weaker. But actually, it's not. Because there's a continuation. There's a pushing and a pulling. And so the flow keeps going and it goes out. And so all these lily pads in between, it doesn't stop at any one of them. And so which one is it of all of these stations? So we have to say, well, it's none of them. It just keeps moving. So if it's none of them, that means they're not differentiated. They're all part of this no man's land between where we start and where we end. All of this is in between. And so we see how the energy is traversing no man's land. And so when we look at attraction and we look at round magnets, can we understand that opposite poles attract? But we can find that we can put one positive magnet in the center and attract all three on the outside. So one in connection with another one is not necessarily two. It's going to be more than two. In this case, it's four. And if we remove that positive magnet, there's no change in the position. It's as if it's still there. But it's not there in the center. But where it is in between the positive magnets. And the field that is in there, though we can't see it, determines the distance between the negative charges. So that's repulsion. But there is energy that's flowing from these magnets. And so we find that as these energies come together, because the magnets themselves have a field, and remember, these fields are rotating, so there's a conflict. It is this conflict which determines the field strength of the repulsion. And as this continues, we find that this is how we can change the conflict position. And if we remove the magnets, we remove the field, and that is the physicality. But if we remove the magnetical field, the plasmatic field remains. And so we're not changing the conflict, we're changing the orientation. There is no conflict in the plasmatic realm. There's just positioning. And so that's what we're always doing. We're trying to figure out, let's see, this is me. Well, then this is me, and this is me, and how do all these things come together? Well, the combination of all these things, well, that's not me. This is me. This is your soul. The soul is within the plasmatic field. And beyond the plasmatic field, well, that's not me. But that's energy coming from me. And so to understand the dynamic plasma, we have to understand that inside us, we have a plasma. And around us, we have a plasma. So inside us, where our soul is, this is me. And this, what goes around us, well, this is not me. And some of us refer to this as an aura. And say, well, I see your aura. So that's, and then that's part of me, isn't it? So inside the aura, well, this is me. But outside of the aura, well, this is not me. So we have to understand that this is an exchange, which we call the dynamic plasma. But there's a difference between the aura and the soul. And so what is that difference? So that if we understand that the me is inside, and from the me is a radiance. Well, that radiance from me is a feeding. And as it goes around, understand that it has to keep moving. So in order to keep moving, it has to exchange energy. So therefore, it has to feed and have a feedback. And with each and every movement, and if we can see that each point on that radiance is like a daisy chain, then at each point is a feeding radiance and a feedback radiance. And then that feedback radiance becomes another feeding radiance to the next point, which is another feedback radiance. So now we can understand not only how we have an internal plasmatic condition, but we have a dynamic plasmatic condition, which we call an aura. But then we also have energy in motion. And so we see that the contributing factor is the feeding radiance. But in order to stay on course, it has to have a feedback radiance. Because say, this is me and this is not me. So if you want to stay on track, you better stay on the me track. And then if you're going somewhere else, then you have a dynamic plasma interaction. And so you have a me track and the other dynamic plasma has a me track. And so that feeding radiance, in order to leave the me track and go to another plasma field, has to cross over no man's land. And so in order to get there, then you have to identify, this is me, this is my feeding radiance, and this is not me, and that's my feedback radiance. So this is beyond the aura, the dynamic plasma interaction. And you can't determine where it's going unless you have a criteria. There has to be a common denominator. And what's very, very interesting is that that can be done two ways. One way can be a general broadcast, like the sun. So it's unconditional. It doesn't know what it's feeding, it just feeds everything. But then there's the conditional one, where you target and you say, this is what I'm going to feed. And in neither case is there a guarantee that there's going to be a feedback? Because if the destination doesn't open, allow, yield, and receive, it can't receive. And if it doesn't have a pattern, it doesn't have the field strength to receive. So you can send as much as you want, and it's not going to land. It's just going to pass on through and keep on going. So in order to understand how do we cross over this no man's land, then we have to find this point of transmutation, because we exist in a plasmagen state, plasmatically. But we have to understand, how do we go from Earth space to outer space? Because we are in a physical state on Earth space. And outer space is somewhere in this no man's land. We don't know where it is. But we know by connection now. And we don't have to have a direct link. It's like Alaska is part of the US, but it's not next to each other. It's what we call a contiguous connection. It's part of Alaska is part of the contiguous United States. Well, we are part of the contiguous universal community. And we are feeding, and we're getting feedback. And the universal community is feeding, and we are giving it feedback. And so there's this connection. And that connection is within our inner space, and is traversing the outer space. And then we come to realize that we've never been in outer space with respect to our physicality. We're still understanding our Earth space, and we've invested very heavily in this Earth space. But why are we all here? And it's because of this peace dome that the Earth space has. And so that's what we've interacted with. And so that's the point of view of the Earth space. And so that Earth space is gravitational. And we had a dream to come here. And we came with responsibility. And so we're all seeking this greater oneness. But this greater oneness has to do with being an independent dependent. In other words, we're dependent on the Earth space, but we're all independent. So we all have this feeding radiance and this feedback radiance. And what's in between is no man's land, what we call the common good. This greater oneness that we're sharing every week. We've now gone to 292 sessions every Tuesday of the One Nation, One Planet, One Race, and it's for world peace. Yes, it is, because we are the magnetical residue. We are the fabrication of the attraction and repulsion field forces that we call gravitational convergence and magnetical divergence. And we're all independent variables, but we're all each one in an interdependent universe. So through that, we can reach one. Each one can reach one and facilitate an emotional transformation and teach one. This is what we need: one nation, one planet, one universe. And so now we understand the words of the song Imagine, as sung by John Lennon. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. And you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Written by the Nowhere Man, somewhere in no man's land. Let's talk about laminar flow. So the default point of view of our point of view really is from our soul. That's the gravitational point. And so we have to understand there's a difference. Our point of view and the Earth's point of view. So it's our physicality on the Earth that is magnetical. So it interacts with the gravitational field force of the Earth. But our existence, our binding, is gravitational, that stems from the soul within. And then is connected to this physicality using the emotional state. And it all comes in pairs. So somehow, some way, we're crossing this vanishing point. And so when we look at dimensions, we have to understand that it's when points come together and they get connected. That's how we do dimension building, and we talked about it in the past, but there are other points. There's the melting point, the boiling point, and the vanishing point, and that point of transparency. That is also part of dimension building. So interestingly enough, you wonder how fish can survive in cold temperature. When the temperature drops very, very low, below freezing, below the freezing point. So we find that the mean Earth temperature is actually minus 13.9 degrees Celsius. Well, that's below freezing. But there's this delayed transition zone. We don't get into above freezing until we hit at least 4 degrees Celsius. And then we find the strangest thing. Everything else, when it solidifies, becomes more dense, except water. When it solidifies, it becomes less dense. So we find that ice floats. And this is a good thing, because this way the ice is on the surface of the water. And so we find that below the surface of the water, in the very, very cold water, we have this lamination of temperatures. And each temperature reflects an energy level. And once these fish find this energy level to which they have adjusted to, they can retain their hibernation through the winter in a state of suspended animation. So this is a very practical example of stratification, say in the waters in the winter. But we also have this stratification in our rocks, and we can see them. And then we have this stratification in our atmosphere. Scientists have described them, although we can't see them. And then we talk about flux lines. That's another form of stratification. And so we understand that if we see a rock on the earth, and we understand that gravity seeks density. And so if we pick up this rock, we have to exert an awful lot of energy. because these flux lines are stretching. The rock is more dense than the air underneath the rock when we lift it. And so the flux lines are seeking density. So they actually have to stretch depending on how high we lift the rock. And the higher we lift it, the higher the energy. And when we drop it, it has this slingshot effect as the flux lines stop stretching and want to relax, and the rock crashes to earth. And we have to remove our toes very, very rapidly so the rock doesn't fall on our toes. And so when we look at this game that we talked about recently, musical chairs, and we find that each game is like a flux line, and each flux line is like a stratification. And the thing is, as we remove the chairs, the circle gets smaller. And so we develop this pressure. And what was different about the musical game of chairs was that we only had so many participants and so many chairs. But that's not the way life works. You know, there's no place to go. You have to keep going in because more players join the game. And so they too are playing the game. And before they can move into an inner circle, you have to vacate that inner circle and go to a further inner circle. And you have to keep doing this because more players keep coming. And then there are players waiting to come into this field. And so you develop a lot of pressure. And when you get to the center, well, something's got to give. Because there's nowhere else to go. And in fact, some, when they come in, they don't even go by level. They just jump over the levels and they want to go to the head of the line. But when you get to the center, there's a lot of pressure. So the question is that energy coming via transmission? Or is that energy coming via transition? Well, since the rings are converging on all sides, we have a problem. Because whichever way you turn, there's more and more players coming into this pressure game. There has to be an exit. And so we see, well, this is what happens. There's this hydraulic pressure. But there are different characteristics of this pressure. Say, for instance, gases, they can be compressed, but liquids can't be compressed. Solids, well, solids get crushed under compression. So there's a different reaction to this pressure. So when we talk about hydraulic pressure, that usually refers to the liquids, because we use it for exerting pressure to facilitate motion. But there's a different kind of motion, such as in an avalanche. And what's interesting about an avalanche, of course, is that it starts suddenly. So for the longest period of time, it's not moving at all. There's friction and there's pressure. And that pressure increases the friction, and that friction acts like a brake to stop the slide. But then it comes to this pressure point and it starts to slide. And the point that it slides, it is no longer crushing the stones underneath. They start rolling. And what's interesting about an avalanche, and that avalanche can also be not only slow, we call that an avalanche, but it could be a rock slide. That's also an avalanche. Or it could be a mudslide. That's also an avalanche. And all of them have the same characteristics. They overcome this friction and they go down the hill. And they go at such a speed and with so little friction that when they come to the bottom, they don't just sit there, but they actually go right on up the next hill as if to defy gravity. So this slide extends upwards as well. This is called cascading, where the daisy chain cascades from one to the other. And so the pressure, which we call the strength of the flow, and we know the direction, it comes in and goes out at the same rate. There is no friction. There's just a connection. There's a flow as if there's this daisy chain. And so to start the flow, we have this pressure. But then somehow, the more that is flowing, it pulls the rest down. And so the pulling becomes stronger than the pushing. So there's two sides. And so this is the thing when we look at the nanostar and how we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2. So when we look at the synergy of the infinity loop, we find that we have a pushing and a pulling, and it creates this special effect where we not only can go downhill, but we can go uphill as well, and almost all the way up the same height that we started from. And when we look at the star formations in the monatomic side view, we can see that we can bring nanoparticles head to head or base to base. And there's a top and there's a bottom. It all depends on your point of view. And so when we look at these field forces that are in a plasmatic condition, the same thing. There are two sides of this Magravs condition, because a Magravs condition has to have a relationship to another Magravs condition. It's either attracting or it's repelling, isn't it? So it has to have some kind of relationship. And so when we go into outer space, this becomes a real problem because we don't know if it's backwards or if it's upside down. Or has it vanished? And which way is north? And are you coming or are we going? And so if the universal order of creation is the source and the origin of the universe is our soul, and in between the two is a link, so is our Earth space the launch pad, or is our Earth space the landing pad? And if our Earth space is the landing pad, where exactly is this launch pad? Inquiring minds want to know. Well, we know that the light goes at a very fast speed and it has this relationship, and that relationship is distance versus intensity. So in review, the inverse square law is if you double the distance, you have the intensity. And so the source of the light is the highest intensity. So the destination is the lowest intensity. So if our Earth space is our destination, and that's the lowest intensity, and that's the physical space, then the source being the highest intensity, being our soul is the source, but where did we come from? So everything that we're looking at, with respect to our focal point has to do with our version of history. And then, so that is a conversion of what we call the inversion to the concentration on the physicality. So our physicality is actually a focus on the divergence. That seems kind of contradictory. But, we can also maybe turn the light up and focus on the convergence. So the light becomes almost, you could say, anti-gravitational. We can shine the light up, or we can shine the light down, it still shines. And so if the light is shining from the top down, so then the focus is on a divergence and it comes back to the convergence within the flashlight. Would that be true? And then we introduce lasers. Laser is an acronym for light amplification of stimulated emission of electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't converge, nor does it diverge. So it has the same intensity over long distances. And so we can measure distances, therefore, by the reflection, because the distance versus time, right? But this light seems to travel through a tunnel. And so let's question, what's the difference between a funnel and a tunnel? So getting back to our magravs, if we understand this lamination process, this avalanche, and we find that everything is connected, so we have this core component stacking, and so there's this motion. Well, this motion is magnetical, so it has to come from the gravitational, doesn't it? So the base of the magrav is gravitational and the top of the magrav is magnetical. And when you line them all up, they all point to the center. And so now, depending on the shift, you get this laminar flow, this avalanche, this stratification of flow, this physical acceleration. This plasmatic superconductivity at room temperature. That's a tunnel, but what about a funnel? Let's look at a tornado. And so we notice these dark skies and these vortices, and when you get three of them, they create a funnel cloud. And that funnel elongates. And it comes all the way down to the ground. At the point when it reaches the ground, there's friction. And at that point, there's a physical state. So we find that the creation of the tornado is in a plasma state. And when it rips up the ground, it's in a physical state. There is no physical damage until it comes in contact with the physical state. So let's carry this further and deal with the spectrum, because let's face it, we can't really have this physicality with light, or can we? So when we look at a rainbow, do we see that there's a laminar flow in that rainbow? There are different colors. And can we see that the ultraviolet is on the inside of the curve and the infrared is on the outside of the curve? And that each color within that rainbow has a different wavelength and a different frequency, and there's a relationship between the wavelength and the frequency. So as the frequency increases, the wavelength decreases. So we find that the ultraviolet is of a higher frequency. Well, the higher frequency is gravitational because it has more energy. So maybe now we understand the yellow submarine and where we're sitting and why we want to travel through the sea of green in our yellow submarine, which is kind of like a, you could say, a tunnel within the color spectrum. But we also have double rainbows. And the thing about the double rainbows is that the second rainbow is inverted, where the infrared is on the inside curve and the ultraviolet is on the outside curve. And then there's this gray area in between. And so this double rainbow creates this tunnel effect in this inversion. And so we see this laminar flow. And this laminar flow goes right around the world. We call it the peace stone. And do we understand now that this peace stone travels around the world as a superconductor? And so when we look at our physicality, we say, well, this is me and this is not me. And yet when we die, this thing that we fought for, our physicality, we leave it behind like trash. So let's, let's take our trash with us. Please take your body with you when you cross the Bordeaux, because you spent all your life trying to decide what's me and what is not me. You just can't double cross yourself. When you die, you have to take it with you. But the thing is, there's no color in there. The color's only inside the rainbow of the first one and outside of the second one. In between the two rainbows is this laminar flow, and there's no color there. There's this transmission rail. And this is the inversion feeding. Maybe now we understand the game of tic-tac-toe a little bit better. We'll see. We'll see as we go on this journey. So let's understand what spectrometry is, and it's an analytic tool used for measuring mass to charge ratio. So it defines a lot of techniques, and it allows you to define what you're looking at. It uses this radiation to obtain information. And this information conveys structure and properties of the matter. And so how we do this, by shining a beam. And this beam is electromagnetic radiation. And then we observe how it responds. So by shining the beam, we stimulate it, and from that it responds to us. This is spectroscopy. And so we find the color spectrum, kind of like a rainbow, but it's different. It's different from each one has its own unique spectrum, like a fingerprint. So each element, like the beauty contest that we had before, well, then we'll have another beauty contest here. Let's bring on Miss Hydrogen, right? And so we understand that beauty is only skin deep. Well, the question is, how deep is the skin? And what about Miss Oxygen? Looks totally different, right? So we understand that spectroscopy is a reflection. In other words, what you don't absorb. A spectrum is what you reject. So the spectrum, as you identify it, is what you see. In other words, when you're looking at blue jeans, they're not blue jeans. They're every other color except blue. The blue is a reflection, not to be confused with an emission. I'm a helium. So there's absorption of energy, and that absorption is what you don't reflect. So the spectrum is opposite of what you see. So the light becomes dark, isn't it? Because all you see is the light. The spectrum is what you don't see. Hi, Miss Garden. So we all have this emission. But this emission is part of you. It's what you co-emit. And so there's a different kind of spectrum. This is a spectrum of what you are. So you look at something and you say, well, that is what you see. Well, that is what you see in the color spectrum. But there's another spectrum of what you are. Hi, Miss Nitrogen. So we impose limitations and conditions. You say, oh, what you get is what you see. How about what you get is what I am? So how do we transcend this boundary of me and not me? And then this really tough one, Miss Calcium. Well, which energy state are you? Sometimes you're hard as a bone. Sometimes you're flexible as a cartilage. Sometimes you're insoluble. Sometimes you're soluble in each cell of the body. And the spectrum is a part of you. We don't know which energy state you are. And there's Miss Sodium, very unique. We use her for identification. So the spectrum is your signature or fingerprint, as we said. And then, of course, there's Miss Silicon, which, you know, is an element. It's a single field. And so the spectrum is an identification of a specific element. So all the elements of the periodic table of elements have a fingerprint, such as Miss Sulfur. And so when we look at molecules, that's a blend of two fields. And so that spectrum now is a sum of two different energies, different color, not an element. And then I'm Miss Iron. Miss Iron is very important because it grounds us to the earth. It's in our blood. And so when we look at ganses, we have to understand that ganses as well are molecules, because molecules are in combination. And colors have shades. So colors and shades change according to the environment. I'm sure we've all seen the copper gans maybe turn from a reddish hue to a bluish, turquoise type hue. And so the spectrum is a field color with respect to the environment. Hi, Miss Linden. Interestingly, white is all colors. Black is no color. So white is full spectrum emission. Black is full spectrum absorption. And the plasmatic field strength involves rotation. But the moon doesn't rotate. And then there's Miss Gans. And so we see that the zinc Gans is kind of white. But the CO2 Gans is also kind of white. And then there's another Gans in the center of the Gans, and it's vanished. Look, it's transparent. So what's feedback? So when we talk about the rate of change, we talk about the feeding soul, which is intention specific, interacting with the feedback of the environment, and that's environment specific. And so we identify that as the emotion of presence. But none of these three things reflect the rate of change. So there have to be conditions. So there's feedback conditions. So to have an effective feedback, we tend to impose conditions such as genetic mutilation or mental abuse or a favorite is terrorism. Very effective feedback. Well, feedback to what? Feeding. There's a feeding, there's a feedback. But what constitutes an effective feeding? Well, that's unconditional, isn't it? Because who knows what you need other than you? And so what you need to be fed is this plasma feeding, which has to feed you everything that you need. So if it's an unconditional feeding, you get what you want as you need it. But if it's a conditional feeding, I think you would agree that you could very easily starve to death, especially when the one who's feeding doesn't feed you what you need. So what happens when you remove this conditional feeding? Then this feedback to be conditional and effective needs to be a feedback to the feedback. In other words, in order to be an effective feeding, that has to be unconditional. So if the feedback is unconditional, then you are getting what you need from the environment. We're not getting enough from the environment to feed us because we still have this conditional feedback. So we have to return to this plasma feeding. And interestingly, what will happen is that that rate of change will be sudden because the emotional connection, the emotion of presence, this feeding from the sun and this feedback from the earth is the representation of the soul to physicality link, the feeder or the feedback, right? So if we look at the soul of the sun, we have to understand that there is a sun soul as well. And so that produces the physicality of the sun. And so the soul of the earth has a soul as well. And the physicality of the earth. And as we've said in the past, that if you have these physical magnets and you have this field of repulsion and this attraction, and you can't see it, but you know it's there because you have this physical feedback, that's in the physicality. But if you go into the plasmatic state, things change. So in the physical state, you remove the magnets, you remove the field, but in the plasmatic state, the effects of the fields remain. The cause of the field forces is gone, but the field forces remain. Think about it. We all have this nostalgia. You know, older people, they're reminiscing of the 70s. Maybe young people would be reminiscing of the 90s. But the 70s were very pivotal because a lot of us were doing California dreaming. And we had the vision of electric vehicles and UFOs. And we already talked about John Lennon and the song Imagine, and his song Give Peace a Chance came from the 70s. So this idea of peace and world peace was really promoted strongly over 50 years ago. But of course, that's not a new concept. But we forget. The point is, the 70s are gone, but we remember. But when we look at the global amnesia, we can't remember. But what we do know is that we had a preference in sentimentality. So our preference was to come to Earth. We had the sentimental connection with Earth. That's why we preferred it. And this was a dream manifestation. And that would be a plasmatic manifestation. And that became a physical manifestation, which we call materialization. And we can't remember. That's called collective amnesia. But all of us have it, and all of us are here. And so the effect is through the collective souls. This is the nostalgia of the emotion of presence. So if we understand our basic DNA is part of the RNA feeding, this is the feeding state. And the mattergen state is the transformation into the DNA. But this DNA has to take into account the environment. So we have this mRNA feedback. This is part of the feedback state. So our physicality in the matter state, the small m physical matter state, is dependent on the interaction between the feeding and the feedback of the feedback state. So this is where the moonshine comes in, right? This is where we talk about the vanishing point that meets the point of transparency. So within us is our soul, and it has to cross over the supragranular layer, which is the point of inversion. And so that manifests the presence of our soul shine. So the sunshine, moonshine, and soul shine. And this moonshine is really emphasized with what we call irradiance. So radiation is the presence of sunshine. So the irradiation is the absence of sunshine. It's the presence of moonshine and the soul shine of the earth sign. So your soul shine and the presence of the earth shine. Okay, so the rate of transmission has the feeding soul intention-specific emotion of presence in contact with the presence of physicality, which is environment-specific feedback. That's only half the picture. Because that only facilitates root growth that comes from the earth. And so when we look at the sun and how it's feeding the earth, we have the sunshine and the soul shine of the sunshine. And somehow in between, we have to plant our feet firmly in midair between these two fields before we materialize into the physicality. Well, getting back to the rainbows, if we have this different curve, then that's not the way the double rainbows work. This is not normal. The rainbows aren't a reflection of each other. They're an inversion of each other. And the arc of the rainbows are in the same direction. So what is the difference between the rainbow reflection and the sunshine, earthshine interaction? So there's a crossover from the feeding soul of the man, crossing over no man's land. And there's a feedback environment crossing over no man's land. So this is how the presence of physicality interacts with the emotion of presence, which interacts with the soul of man. And so this is how the double rainbow works. But that's not the way the universe works. That's how we work on Earth. When the sun is shining, now we flip over the curve and we create this tunnel between these two no man's lands. And that becomes our biosphere. This is where the vertical people and the horizontal people and the humanity people operate on the soul of the planet, which manifests a crust, which is basically silicon based. And so that becomes inorganic, and we are carbon based, and we are organic. And so our emotion of presence is between this crossover from the feeding source and the feedback environment source. And the connection to the peace dome affects the transmission rate, the rate of the tunnel transmission. And that's only the half picture. That's the picture from the point of view of the earth. And so our interaction becomes this same peace dome, but that's the point of view of our soul. And so we find that our soul crosses over the supragranular layer, and this is how we connect to the universal community. And we tried to do this on October the 14th of 2021. But we still were delayed. We're in the year 2023. Because we have to cross this peace bridge. Without doing that, there cannot be a transformation. There cannot be a transcendence. There can't even be a transmogrification. So our aura, which is our peace stone, is in the presence of the earth shine. It's visible. It's the presence of our emotion and the presence of our soul shine in this environment. But our aura is the representation of the soul of the body. So we talk about the manifestation point now. So when we look at the rotating poles on this planet, and as we said, the Earth's crust is made up of silicon. And so there's mountains, there's valleys, there's oceans, and it goes up and down, but the Earth keeps rotating. And so we see this spiral that comes to this core, and the spiral spirals inward to the core, but it also, there's another spiral that comes out from the core. It's a two-way street. And so we see these two rotating hemispheres of the Earth, but the field, the physical field, rotates in one way. So whether we're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, our feet are firmly planted on the ground. So what happens when we have this cement mixer and we put this stuff in this drum that rotates, and we find all the stuff sits in the center? But we want to create telephone poles, and sometimes they're wood and sometimes they're concrete. They look kind of the same, except they're made of two different materials. And we use telephone poles for energy transmission. But to make them is a manifestation of the energy. So we decide to make concrete poles, and we do that by taking that cement mixer and mixing it at a very high rotation. And so instead of all the stuff clumping into the center, we find that the telephone poles have a hole in the center. So due to the rotation and the speed of rotation, all the cement mix that was in the center has moved to the outside. And if gravity seeks density, then clearly the outside of the pole is more dense than the hole in the pole. So in this case, the gravitational field is on the outside and the magnetical field is in the center. But nature has its way. And if we look at bamboo poles, they're not rotating. They just grow straight up. But they have this outside bark, and then they have this hole in the center. And the gravitational component is in the center. And so the manifestation, the magnetical, is on the outside. However, it is an interaction field. In other words, it is a materialization of the interaction of the soul of the bamboo and the soul of the earth. So now we can look at natural resources differently, because minerals have souls as well. And the mines have souls, and the earth has a soul. And we've already determined that the earth rotates on its axis at a very high rate of speed. And we found that if we can rotate the cement poles fast enough, that they will be hollow in their core. And the cement will be nice and uniform on the outside, and you create a pole. Well, how come we have copper in certain mines and gold in other mines and oil in other resource areas? And how come they don't all mix together? They're all created individually in different parts of the earth, and they all rotate together at the same time. So it isn't just a rotation. There are other factors. There are interacting factors that are unseen. Because by conditioning the feedback, we created the cement pool. And nature, by considering the feedback, putting a condition on the feedback, created a bamboo pole. But the minerals have a condition specific to a location in the rotating field. And so we have unique elements, and we have a periodic table of elements with a whole bunch of elements, over 100 of them. And so they're not all scrambled up all over the place. We can go and we can mine a specific mineral. So we have a gold mine, we have an oil well. And so this, now we understand the MAGRAV feeding conversion, because energy comes in and more energy comes in and is absorbed through what we call the gravitational force fields of attraction. But before that happens, there has to be an emission. Energy has to go out, and more energy has to go out. Stuff that you don't want, that becomes part of the repulsion, a magnetical field force of repulsion. And so the Earth operates this way as well. And so it has a core and it has a magnetosphere, and then in between it has a crust, and that is where we live on in the biosphere, in that midpoint, that balance point. But we all live in different locations, and we all have different types of conversion. We all look different, and we are all independent variables. And yet we're all dependent on this MAGRAV feeding conversion system here, as are all the elements. So we see that we can mimic the physical manifestation of the plasmatic condition. And now we better understand what we mean by plasmatic air. And so this becomes very important. There is a plasmatic nitrogen, a plasmatic hydrogen, a plasmatic oxygen, a plasmatic carbon, a plasmatic amino acid. This is all part of the feeding system. It comes from the sun. Then there's an environment feedback system, which gives you nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon as a gas. These are all gases, oxygen. And from there, we can create ganses, which are gases in a nanosolid. And then we can create carbon, which is also a solid. And so now we understand that when we have the cup of life, we're not drawing the energy from the sun, we're creating the energy from the environment. We're taking the physicality and increasing the energy level and creating a gas. And these cups have characteristics. They're emotional or they're physical. And then there's the earth cup, and then the combination of the environment cup. And of course, each of these cups has a soul. So each cup is magnetical gravitational field relationship with a soul. But collectively, all the 5 cups have a magnetical field and a gravitational field and a soul. And so we find that there's a universal cup that is made differently, that operates the way our brain operates. Then there's the cups of life that operate the way our physicality operates. And there is this energy transfer. And we're all good at target practice because we all wake up in the morning within our bodies. And so we're facilitating constantly 24 hours a day, this dynamic transfer state and this physical destination state. We just do it more effectively when we sleep, because then we don't have the lowest physical energy slowing us down. We let the physical body rest and draw in as much energy as it can before it gets active again in the morning. Right? So now we understand the difference between the feeding and the feedback, and how we can do this at a higher energy state. And when we do this at a higher energy state, then the rate of transfer is also higher by many orders of magnitude. Well, can we do this throughout the energy exchange and the soul level, the energy exchange and the soul of the body level, or the energy exchange on the physical level, and then the energy exchange on the earth level? And so the answer, of course, is yes, we can. And so we're looking at plasma feeding, which is energy exchange at higher orders of magnitude. And so this plasma feeding is a two-way street. And so we see that it can be natural creation or natural decay, or like the sun, it can be catalytic, where it's very stable. So when people are asking you, what is plasma? Try and define it for them. Say it's a kind of energy state, and there are different energy states. Explain it in your own way to understand the difference between a plasma energy state and a physical energy state, and what is your point of view. And so this introduces us to the concept of earth space, inner space, and outer space. And this is what life is about. This is the most important thing. And if that's not important, well, then nothing's important. Not really, because we have to understand how the rays are created, how we go from that of an initial fundamental plasma, which we call a neutron, into this atom, which is a marriage between the proton and the electron, and they always work in combination. And then there's this decay process, which is the release of the PM tick. And so we see the difference between the creation of one universe that transmits somehow across and creates a sister universe, and our man's universe, which is actually a very, very tiny part of the rest of the universe when you look at the whole picture. And then it grows from there. And this is all part of ray creation. And it's also part of ray motion, because there's always this balance between natural creation and natural decay in a plasmatic state, in a lower energy state, in a physical energy state. And in between, there's always this crossover, what we call this bonding clutch factor, because we don't understand it and we don't know how to manipulate it. Well, we have to learn, because fortunately for us, our soul is taking care of business. We just have to listen, because this bond is there. Whether you accept it or not, it doesn't matter. It would be better if you did accept it, because then it would make the energy flow a whole lot better. So this is where we have to understand the limitations of the scientific community and the limitations of the spiritual community. Yes, individually they have this balance, this Magravh condition, but it's not fulfilling its duty. It's the duty of the plasma science to add to the knowledge so that these two fields can work together. One and one can be more than two. And we understand now the relationship. When we look into outer space, we talk about fields and photons, but when we talk about the inner space, we talk about particles and waves. But it's the same thing. They are a relationship. It all depends on the environment. So when we look at the principal matter, we say, generally speaking, it's these PM ticks that come together into a force field interaction, which we call antimatter, dark matter, and matter. This forms a maggrav. And so to the maggrav come the PM ticks, and from the maggrav go the PM ticks. And so when things are coming or when things are going, they're either magnetical or gravitational. And they're all magravs. So you can clearly see the difference when we're talking about relationships like the electron and the neutron, which are kind of the core components. And so when we look at the reality in the manifestation, we understand that two fields come together to form another. And it's the plasma feeding that leads to the manifestation. But that manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And it's a form artifact. Every manifestation is a form artifact. So therefore, emotion of presence is a form artifact also of energy and motion. And it's a two-way street. So when you look at everything with respect to creation, right? It's a maggrav plus the emission, or it's a maggrav plus the absorption. And the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. And plasmatically, this is done by at least an order of magnitude. And so each of these energy state changes can manifest through natural creation or natural decay, or they can remain catalytic, which is non-consuming. And the transfer rates are always higher in the higher plasma states, also by many orders of magnitude. But plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. That is the fundamental part of the creation of the universe that we have to understand. The universe exists from energy, and energy is always in motion. And so therefore it's always positive. It always has a charge to understand the direction it's going. And if it's going, then you know that all things are working in combination. Something you're launching from, another is you're landing to. And you don't have to be in the same energy state. You can go in between energy states. And that's why when you look at the energy state that's in between the earth and the sun, and you say, well, there's nothing there. Well, yes, it's a vacuum, but it's full of all of these PM ticks, which are flowing all over the place. And so this becomes the field transaction currency. Energy is a plasma fuel. So we have to decide, what is it? And something is always something. So nothing is nothing. So what is it? Well, it's something as opposed to being something else. And so what affects that? And that's a susceptibility to bind or to flow. There's a pushing and a pulling. And so we see the infinity loop, which is representative of the plasma interaction of the maggrav condition. So to maintain that field force, we have to have this balance between the mechanical and gravitational field. Let me repeat, to maintain that field force, you have to have this balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so when we're looking at light, We're looking at the physical light. But when we're talking about the universe, we're talking about the ethos. And that involves morality, compassion, courage. These are all factors with creation. If we want to participate with the rest of the universe, we have to take this into account. That's how we transcend the limitations of science and the limitations of the speed of light. And so the whole picture looks different. And we see how we all are part of this whole process together. So this planet was always our refugium. So we have to understand how these relationships on this planet work together. Because the whole purpose of having a relationship is to have a symbiotic relationship. Okay, where 1 and 1 is more than 2. So we have a participant observer. You understand that? There's players in the game, or there's sports fans who watch, or there's actors and musicians who entertain, and then there's the audience that watches. But you know, in nature, we also have a host and we have a parasite. But the host is smart enough to carry the parasite, and the parasite is smart enough to keep the host alive. And so in society, we also have those who earn and those who are in welfare. But, you know, we also have the military-industrial complex, which, in order to exist, needs enemies. And then, of course, what's a teacher without students? And don't students need teachers? And then one of these harshest of symbiotic relationships, lichen, which you find in the tundra of the far north. Lichens are a symbiotic collection of fungi and cyanobacteria or algae. One is a host and one is a parasite. And they live together. And the parasite depends on the host, but never kills the host because they provide food. Lichens are an important early stage primary succession organism. So they actually provide a useful function as well. So a symbiotic relationship is important because it offers a refugium. A refugium is by being positioned in safety. So that's a position of functionality versus survival. Is it Magra balancing? Right. So when we look at the beginning matter, and we always ask that question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? But the question is, what came first, the functionality or the survival? Which one is safety manifestation? That's the point. So is it the eggshell? Is it the egg white? Is it the egg yolk? Well, so neither, because they are all a refugium manifestation point feedback. First came the principal matter. We have to understand the difference. So when we look at this range transcendence, we find that the lowest energy transfer state is heat and electricity. Then came the nuclear physics. We're into the plasma physics that neutralizes the nuclear physics. And then we convert into the plasma state our existence, and then the dynamic plasma states our coexistence. But these are all unfinished sentences because they all have to have a relationship with something else. So when you find that the structure, the basic core is gravitational, that's at the center. And once it gets to that critical point, then it transmutes into something else. And something is always something as opposed to being something else. So what is the factor that causes this transmission? What is this thing that causes us to have a preference and sentimentality? It was the safety of the Earth versus the safety of Mars. And so we define ourselves because we want safety. But if we do that, then we have to put a fence around us. And the moment we put a fence, then we say, well, this is me and that is not me. Outside of the fence is not me. And then many times we argue, well, what about the fence itself? Is that part of me also, or is that part of not me? And if there's a feedback on one side, well, there's a fence on the other side too. So on the other side, it's not me either. So it's another feedback. So this is constantly going back and forth, and you know, it's hard to do. So what we have to understand is that within our inner space, we were trusting to be born, and we trust to be awakened from sleep. But we always have this tendency to physicality reference. Well, the thing is, we made it. So that's the proof that you need of inner space. Because without that, you wouldn't have it. So this no man's land between the red blood cell and the somatid gets crossed over in an environment where the red blood cell basic depends on iron, and so does the somatid, because we're in the earth space. And the fact that this even happens is the proof of inner space anchorage to this space. We are anchored to the earth space. And so our soul spectrum radiates. That's our spectrum feeding. And then that feeding feeds back. That's part of our spectrum feedback. So the combination of the feedback and our Magrav condition affects our soul spectrum. So are you created by your feedback, or are you created by your soul? What about the feedback from the interaction? The dynamic plasma interaction. Maybe you need the gold. Maybe you feel deficient. Maybe something else. Whatever that something else is also giving you a feedback. It contributes to who you are. So this is the dynamic plasma that goes beyond your aura. It's part of your feeding radiance, and it feeds back as well. It makes you. That's the difference between the awake state, which is part of the earth space, and the dream state, which is part of your inner space. And this is where our science has to meet the soul of man for peace, because otherwise we will never get into outer space. That's the ultimate connection. The art of dreaming allows us to cross over this no man's land into outer space. So we look at the earth and how its relationship works. From outer space, we have this interaction of the soul of the sun and the soul of the man. It works with the soul of the earth. And then the inner space is the soul of the body interacts with the soul of the earth. And then the earth space, which manifests into physicality. We both manifest into the physicality of the body on earth. So the truth about lies is that the soul of the man cannot lie. The soul of the body carries intention. The physical body can't hold on to that, but the aura can hold on to that. So it's always this manifestation point is fighting for peace. You can't fight for peace. Because when you fight, you become a consumer. And so we're always looking for these supplements, these energy supplements. So we consume food and resources and materials and land, time, money. We even take advantage of people. And all we want is our refugium. But you know what? Your refugium is not your refugium. Your refugium is dependent on your neighbor. Because if your neighbor is your refugium, then you are protected. That is the vanishing point truth. And that is why the universal community depends on peace and tranquility, peace and harmony. Because the whole universe is a refugium. And so when we're looking at the vision enhancement units, the gifts that we're still offering to the US military for PTSD recovery, it's soul enhancement, spirit enhancement, soothing the pain of what they have witnessed, modifying that feedback to that default pathway manifestation. Because that has always been the default refugium manifestation. And they have lost it, which is why the tendency to commit suicide and it's so strong. So when we look at the game of life and say, oh, well, we have to ask, whose turn is it? Whose turn is it to do the conversion? To understand this singularity from your point of view, but you have to understand that you have to have a polarity, because that's how you connect to others. And then from there, you have the complete dimension of the Trinity, and you understand that energy is going both ways. So not only in between the individual levels, but from top to bottom, but in all dimensions. So transmission, transition, and transmutation, these are all part of the Magrat conversion, because it's the dynamic transfer that takes you from the point of divergence to the point of convergence through that conversion state. And you can turn the picture any which way you want, and you just won't know which way is up. So when you're looking at this conversion, you have to understand that the creator is me. And the creation is the image of the creator. So the creation is not me. The conversion is me. You don't listen to the words. You look at the soul, because the soul tells you the truth. And so the universal body enhancement units are there to convert us back to the original physical and emotional vitality that we were born with. And so it isn't transmission or transition, it's transmutation. And so it's your turn, Captain. Default back to normal. Understand the majority is normal, and the majority seek freedom and emancipation. The universe is normal. The earth is part of that, and the earth seeks freedom and emancipation. So man's existential crisis defaults to the harvest of this plasmatic energy of the plasma universe. And so when we talk about gain of function, we have to have this gain of understanding of this manifestation point, and gain of understanding of the transparency point, and the gains of insight of the vanishing point, and the gains of knowing the transmutation point, so that we have the gain of universal function. We are all capable to understand the soul harvest manifesting in the emotion of presence, which is that point between the source and the physicality, that balance between non-tangible and tangible. And we see this reflected with the body enhancement and the material enhancement, because it's a two-way street. So we have to understand the sequence. It's the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth that attracts the soul of the man. And then the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man attracts the soul of the body. And so it's the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body that manifests the physicality of the body. That's the default pathway manifestation sequence. And you always hit the center of the target. And so when we look at this spaceship summary, we see man-made craft, we see spheres, and we see tunnels and funnels and preemptics, and energy always in motion all over the place, and always seeking the greater oneness. 504 weeks in a row, transcending the limitations of nuclear science. This is what we do. We talk about the matter plasma, the lowest physical energy state, which has a low rate of energy transfer, or the matter plasma, which is a higher energy state, has a higher energy rate of transfer, and understanding the difference, and how you can be dynamic in what you're created from, and how you interact. And understand that we are now 1 year past the June 6, 2022 deadline, where we can make choices and become the new space age pioneers. And so now we have a new review, our outer space and relationship to inner space, understanding our inner space. Moving from that materialization science. Welcome to the new space age. We now understand better the convoy, the dreams and wishes. A man with outward courage dares to die, but a man with inner courage dares to live. And my wish is for freedom, love, and world peace. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, connecting all the beautiful knowledge seekers, life's learning lessons. Transmute your default soul growth. There's the World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Make sure your soul is engaged. The dilution of emotion allows fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. The ethos maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. See, the speed of love manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. The earthbound soul family needs this gravitational transformation enhancing the physical and emotional vitality that comes originally from the emotion of knowledge, which is embodied in the transmutation connection. This connects equally to the universal cosmic rays freedom broadcast channel that broadcasts your inner space, your refugium spectrum that resonates with the spectrum of the proper plasma universe. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this review. Thank you all for participating.
And thank you, Alex, for continuing to deliver your understanding, your sharing, for all of us to learn more. It seems as it's just a natural process, but yet achieving it seems just still beyond our reach at this point. Even maybe this is the preparation time in a way for what's coming when we do interact with certain systems, although certain people may not need any systems at all. But you've certainly posed a lot of questions and you've made a lot of statements here, which to me seems quite natural, a natural process. It's just that I haven't gotten there yet, or maybe I'm on my way there.
Of course you're on your way. What do you think you're doing every Sunday?
And I think everybody here wants very similar things, to be able to start to apply and play with this understanding and to share it as well. So perhaps slowly, we're getting nano-coded or conditioned in a way to be able to work through this with system assist. I think that's an important part at this point. So thank you very much for continuing to share and open our understanding to this knowledge that we all contain, but yet we haven't had the key to open it, or we haven't become wise enough to see it. But this is part of the smartening up process I think we're in a way going through, step by step, slowly.
Well, last week was a very interesting session that we had. And maybe a lot of people thought we were beating a dead horse here, but it was very important. I had an opportunity to listen to it again. And I wonder if Gail is here.
He is here.
I am quietly here, yes.
Okay, are you ready for round 2?
I'm a little bit sleepy at the moment. But I can't stop thinking about the game, you know, and how you were explaining things. So I'm still working on it in my soul. I did have one thing to ask. If you talk about the participants in the game, I mean, not the participants, but the crowd, and let's say 400, and then I asked you the question, if we think about it in terms of proton and electron, all of them have to be electron and proton, right?
Right.
And I mean, without it, there's no interaction, no energy flow. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so a planet that has 100 moons would have internally, instead of like the Earth where we're kind of one core, they might have 100 cores. I'm just trying to get that part.
Oh, that's the only part you're trying to get? You're so funny.
At the moment. At the moment. That's what I interpret it as. a whole lot of
Okay.
cores or
If I give you a piece of pie,
yes.
could I rightfully say, "Oh, Gail, would you like some pie?"
Depends on the pie, yes.
Okay, but I could say pie, right? I'm going to give you some pie,
Okay.
but you know, in truth, it's only a piece of the pie. I'm not giving you the whole pie. Why I'm why I'm going there is you said, you know, 400 in a crowd. Well, there's a bunch of people leaving, okay, because their home team is losing and they don't want to stick around. And so 50 people leave. Could you say that there's a crowd of people that decided to leave?
Yep. Yes, you could.
And so there's another crowd that stayed behind.
Yes.
So the crowd that stayed behind was part of the original crowd that came. And the crowd that left was part of the original crowd that came.
Yes.
Well, if you say, hey, look at that crowd of people, would you know which crowd to look at?
No. Unless you're pointing.
Well, I'm verbally pointing. Look at that crowd. So is it the crowd that came?
Yeah.
Is it the crowd that stayed? Or is it the crowd that's leaving? Okay, so this is my point, because first of all, I didn't specify which crowd, and second of all, how big is a crowd?
Is it well, I don't think of a crowd as being one.
Oh, okay, it's more than one. Good. Okay. How much is expensive?
And it depends on how much money you have in your pocket.
Well, you know, you're always throwing these conditions out there. I just, you know, someone says it's expensive. You know, this was so hilarious. You know, I was traveling through Europe, and I asked someone, "How much is that?" And they said, "Oh, it's expensive." I'm trying to think. Well, how much is expensive? You know, in Canada, you say, "Well, how much is that?" The guy would say, "Well, it's $20 or it's $5,000." Oh, okay. Well, I only have $1, so I think $20 is expensive. Well, unless I'm that stupid and I don't understand that it's supposed to be valued for $20, and that would be reasonable. So it's not expensive, it's just fair. Like you said, fair the other day, right? So you were fair. So why would you even ask how much it is? Why are you asking? You can't afford it anyway. You know, you only have $1. Well, I'm just trying to, you know, play the big shot. Well, you're just, you know, you're faking it. If you have $100 in your pocket and then you ask and you think, well, you know, in my mind, I would be prepared to pay $20 for that because that seems fair. And then you ask him, well, how much is that? And he says, well, it's $20. Oh, hey, the first thing comes to your mind is this, well, that's a fair price, right? And I can afford that. And I've already made up my mind that that's a fair price and I can afford it. So I'll give you the $20. But there are those who want to make a deal. And it doesn't matter what price you give them, they will always want to negotiate a lower price. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because in their mind, fairness includes the negotiation. All right, this is a characteristic that I found out from, you know, a lot of Middle Eastern people. They never pay the asking price. So you have to go through this negotiation back and forth, right? and it's time consuming and it's tedious. And then you find whether it's $50 or $5,000, a rich person will always want to negotiate because it's the thrill of the negotiation. And so, I said to one chap, he was bragging that he paid $5,000 for something, and I had something for $50, and he says, "Oh, I'll give you 40 for that." So I was thinking, well, why are you negotiating with me for $10? Why didn't you negotiate with the guy you were paying $5,000 for $10? I at $50, I need the $50. The guy with 5,000, if you give him $4,990, he may say, okay, it's the same thing. It's close. I'll fudge it. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the point. The point is, they want to negotiate. They don't want to be fair. Fair is for losers. This is one of the reasons, when I go into a deal, I never negotiate. What's the price? There's a company, I won't mention their name. If you can find a better price, we will beat it by 10%. Well, you know what that means? That means their price is never fair. Okay,
Exactly.
It's always high. So you know what? I have to pay for their market research because they want to find out what the competition is charging. I don't want to pay for that. I want to pay for their service. They're not paying for my service. A marketing service is a service. It's a paid for service. So now you're begging for me to give you this service of doing this market research, which you don't want to pay for, and then you turn around and you make it cheaper because I found out that someone else would pay it cheaper. Well, look, that's not fair. You're not a fair businessman. What I do is if I find it cheaper somewhere else, I buy it there. I don't go back to the first guy and say, hey, you negotiate with the first guy, he's charging too much. You go to the second guy, he charges less. Then you go back to the first guy and you say, well, give me less, 10% less. Now, you're playing both ends to the middle. So, you're not making friends that way. And this is the way I deal with this one company, and I always ask them for a fair price, and it's always less than they give someone else. It's always less. It's because the other guy will come in and hassle them, and the more they hassle them, the more callous they become, and they say, you are such a piece of work that I am not going to negotiate with you. In fact, I'm going to do it the other way. I'm going to increase the price to you. So, it's like people with the universal enhancement unit, it was a certain price. It's, well, that's too much. Well, the price has gone up. If you think it was too much back then, check out the price today. Go to the store and check out the price. Now you have a whole new definition of what is too much. So, it was expensive when it was cheap. Now it's expensive when it's expensive. So I asked you in the beginning, how much is expensive? Obviously, for the one who wants to negotiate, it's always expensive. Whether it's $50 or $5, oh, that's expensive. So there's no point listening to the words. You have to listen to the soul. And it was this who taught me this. It was a guy who was expert in negotiating. When the guy comes in with a SUV, the tires on the SUV were $300 each. The SUV was probably $100,000, and he wanted to buy a $5 item, and he says, I'll give you $4 for it. The guy turns Guy turns around and says, you know what, give me the keys for your vehicle. You can't afford the gas to drive that stupid thing. And he was indignant. He was indignant. He said, oh, the nerve, you know, you're being rude. You're driving around with $100,000 vehicle and, you know, you want to negotiate for $1. Like, you know, give me a break.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. So, you know, it would be like me going to the grocery store and saying, oh, you know, the noodles are too expensive. Like the grocery store has increased the price 150%. Okay, this is not idle chatter. Okay, 150%. So it was $1, now it's $2.50. Well, it's only $1.50 more. Yeah, but you know, you are jacking up the price for no reason. Okay, it's price gouging. So I don't negotiate with them. I go to another store. But then you know, once every 2 months it goes on sale. Guess what? 2 for the price of 1. I don't negotiate. I just go in and empty out the shelf. And they said, how come you buy so many noodles? Well, I said, finally, because you came up with a fair price. Okay. So, you know, and the whole reason for dropping the price was right to attract more customers. So I don't allow them to do that. I just say you drop the price once, you get 1 customer, me, that's it. And I just clean them out. And they, you know, they look at me like I'm strange. But, you know, if you're not an honest businessman, and then, you know, you really can't get along. And this is one of the problems in our society. People always want to take advantage. If you go to a farmer's market, that person planted the seed, nourished it, took care of it, harvested it, paid to come to the market, offers you the thing, and then you say, it's too expensive. Pay double. Okay? Because that's an honest worker. He's working an honest living and he's providing to you high quality that the grocery store can't. That's what you have to do. Okay? You don't negotiate with him because you're going to negotiate $2 or $5. He needs that to pay for his farm. But you know, you go out and turn around and you buy a $50,000 vehicle. Well, you know, why would you buy a $50,000 vehicle when you can buy one for $25,000? I'm just saying, you know.
Exactly.
So anyway, well, back to the discussion. It has to do with exchanging energy. So in society, money is the currency. So you get to vote with your money. Right?
Right.
If you pay someone to do something, you are supporting that person.
And they're supporting you.
Well, of course.
2 ways.
Of course. That's right. Okay. So in the plasma world, plasma, love is the energy currency. Ethos is the transaction currency. Okay, so this is where you get the synergy from. So if you're giving that energy, then you're co-opting that energy. So you don't give of yourself, you don't, you know, it's you give a part of yourself. And so that what you're giving is a seed to grow. So that becomes now your neighbor. So when your neighbor is growing and when your neighbor is healthy, then you're protected. So you're better off to give to your neighbor so that they have what they need. And you don't dictate what they need. you know, and I'll never forget, they had this disaster in Indonesia, and the government said, you know, we'll match your donation. So businessmen got smart. They looked at their inventory and they found what wasn't moving, and they threw that into the donation. So one of the first skid loads, and this is a true story, one of the first skid loads that came to this area where over 100,000 people died in Indonesia was a skid load of pepper.
Oh,
And so
God.
this is what you
Yeah.
need when you don't have clean water and food, you know, and clothing and a house. So who sends a skid load of pepper? You know, oh, well, you know, they like spicy food. Well,
Do they?
you know, you have a tsunami came in and wiped out, and what are you feeding? Dead people anyway. You know, there's 100,000 people died. You know, you're talking about a massive hole in the economy and a massive hole in the humanity of the country. The asset. This was the asset of the country, but because you got the tax write-off, this is what you do. That's unethical. You know, that you don't go there patting yourself on the back. That's, well, some people may do that, but not this guy. So you have to have a substance with the energy that you're exchanging. So this is a clue, and I'm picking on you because no, I'm picking on you because you actually care about this. You actually spend time thinking about this, and you're having trouble understanding, and you're not alone. See, the point is that you have a neutron. And if I say neutron, do you know how much mass that neutron has?
Alex, can you still hear me?
Yes. So did
Okay,
you
no,
hear the,
I'm having a problem with the internet. It just keeps on telling me unstable, so I'm just checking. I can hear you.
did you hear the question?
No,
How much mass does a neutron have?
well, I'm not
Is
sure.
is it expensive? Is it big? Is it a crowd? It's a gang? A herd?
A flock?
Okay. So you don't know,
No.
but you do know that from the neutron, you can create an electron-proton combination. We call that an atom.
Yes.
So is the neutron gravitational or magnetic?
It depends on decay or creation.
I just told you the neutron creates the atom.
Yeah.
Is neutron gravitational or magnetical?
In that case, it would be magnetical. Oh, no, in that case, it's decay. Sorry. Because it's breaking down.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the neutron. Is the neutron gravitational or magnetical?
If you're creating the atom, then the effect of it is magnetical.
Right. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength, right? So which one is the gravitational?
If we're talking about the creation of an atom,
We have a neutron and it's created an atom. So it's a straight question. It's either magnetic or gravitational. Is the neutron one or the other?
well, I would say if you're creating it would have to be magnetical, but I think there's more to it than that.
Okay. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Do we agree?
Yeah,
Is the higher strength gravitational or magnetical?
gravitational.
So can we agree that the neutron is gravitational?
Yeah, okay. But the effect of it, okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because the neutron created the atom, right?
Yes,
So the atom is magnetical. Would you agree?
I'm just thinking in terms of what actually happens. If the,
Yeah, so am I.
I mean, the actual movement. Okay, so, I mean, you have to, when the little particle is produced and it emits and creates your electron and your proton, the actual
Right.
energy flow is magnetical, but it's being given from something that's gravitational, which is stronger than what it's going to create.
Right. Now we got it.
Mhm.
Okay. So the creation of the atom, the relationship of the atom to the neutron there is magnetical.
Mhm.
Now within the atom, there's an electron and a proton.
Right.
Which one is gravitational?
I would say the proton.
Okay. We're doing good so far. Let's go back to the neutron. We agree that the neutron's gravitational.
Yes.
But it created the atom plus something else. So that something else was a PM
PM6.
stick.
Yeah.
Right. So is the PM tick magnetical or gravitational?
Well, that's why I was talking about which way are we going. Okay, so if you're creating,
It's a two-part answer. It's A or B, magnetical or gravitational.
well, magnetical, if it's
Right.
creation, yeah,
No, Gail.
yes. You
Stay with
said
the program. Stay with the program. You have a neutron, it creates an atom. So the atom is magnetical, right?
yeah,
So the neutron creates the atom. Now the next sentence is the neutron creates the PM tick. Is the PM tick gravitational or magnetical?
magnetical,
Right. So both the PM tick and the atom are magnetical in relation to the neutron. Agree?
okay.
Grudgingly? You agree grudgingly?
I'm fearing that there is a trick.
Yeah, there is a trick.
Oh God.
Can
Yeah,
you have a maggraph without a magnetical gravitational relationship?
no,
Oh, you can't.
no.
Okay, you're sure.
Well, yes.
Okay, good. This is progress. Okay, so if you look at the structure of a maggrav, what does it consist of?
Well, it has to have magnetical and gravitational balancing or
Right, but it has components in there,
yes.
and those components are,
Um, I think I want you to actually help me with this,
I am
Uh,
helping you with that.
but
Okay. They're made up of matter, right?
sorry, they may?
They are made up of matter. A maggrav is made up of matter.
Okay.
What kind of matter?
Well, I'm actually having a problem here. Hold on. So when we talk about a maggrav, I actually have not, I understand the two coil thing, but I don't understand all of the other parts that you're talking about.
Okay.
Mm,
You see this picture?
yes.
Okay, so do we agree the one on the right is bigger than the one on the left?
Yes.
And do we agree that the one on the right is gravitational and the one on the left is magnetical?
Yes.
And so do we agree that each one as a component is in a maggrav condition?
It's part of the maggrav condition, yes.
No, each one is a maggrav condition.
You mean within, okay, hold on. Okay, so because each one, yes, because each one is going to be, I mean, they're in a combination, a movement, and the same thing is going to happen because one will end up giving and they both end up giving and taking. Magnetical
Hallelujah.
and gravitation.
This is such a key point. Well, I'm trying to stay lighthearted, okay, because this is such a key point in learning, and you're doing a fabulous job here. You have no idea how important this is. Your contribution here is just showing that the limitation and understanding that a maggrav condition is the combination of the three fields of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And the relationship of each field is magnetical and gravitational. You see the red arrows between the matter states?
Yes.
Two-way street. It's a two-way street.
Yeah. Yes.
And then the gravitational on the right interacts with the gravitational on the left. The gravitational on the right interacts with the magnetical on the left.
And then when the other one becomes gravitational, it will interact with, well, that's the point in the middle where they actually cross and become the other.
But the two together are bound at that crossover point, and the two together work. Are you ready? As a maggrav.
Okay. Because they are balancing dynamically. Mhm.
Right. Okay, so all things in combination, right?
Mhm. Um,
So,
in
so this
yeah,
could be a relationship between a proton and electron. Would you agree?
yes,
Okay. So this is the product of the decay of a neutron.
mhm,
So this, what you're looking at here, is weaker than what the neutron was, right?
yes,
But the neutron created something else, and you called it a PM tick.
mhm.
So now I want to ask you if the PM tick is magnetical or gravitational.
I don't know what that was.
Jefferson, I just muted you. Please feel free to open your mic when there's no noise in the background. Thank you, Gail, for putting yourself up here.
Yeah, no, you're doing a great job, Gail. We're almost there.
There's more. And then
Oh,
I have a
yes.
question about the circular and directional movement of the electron around the proton, because that is amazing. Anyway, go ahead, I'm listening.
Can we cover more first?
Okay. So you mentioned there's a direction and you mentioned there's movement.
Mhm.
Would you say that the PM tick has those characteristics?
Yes,
Would you say that the PM tick then would have to have the characteristics enclosed within it of magnetical and gravitational force fields?
yes,
Okay. So the direction is magnetical and the maggrav core is gravitational, right?
yes.
So now I'm going to tell you something. A neutron breaks down into an atom, and an atom is an electron-proton combination. And a hydrogen consists of an electron-proton.
Yes,
No neutron.
right.
So what's a PM tick?
Well, it could be another hydrogen going, yeah, it should be hydrogen.
Oh, is the light turning on? Is the dimmer switch? You know, is there a glow?
And this is how we end up with another neutron eventually.
Well, eventually, when enough PM ticks come together,
Hmm?
they will form the neutron.
Again, okay.
So what is
And
the difference between the PM tick and the atom?
well, it has a magnetosphere in a way.
Oh,
No,
they have
it
to have a
has,
magnetosphere, they're maggrav conditioned.
and
Yeah.
then well, we can call it an infinity loop. The interaction between the two.
Yes, of course there's an interaction, but there's a difference between why is the neutron producing an electron and a PM tick? You just said that the electron as a, I'm sorry, the atom as an electron-proton combination is a hydrogen, and then you said the PM tick is a hydrogen.
Yeah, so in other words, there's decay, and it's producing the electron and the proton. Okay, and then the PM tick is the extra part that the neutron is lost.
Right? Well, there's a difference between the two. There has to be a difference between the two because they're not the same. Yet you call them hydrogen.
Yeah, I
You
do.
called both of them hydrogen, but they're not the same. So what is the difference? If I say car, so you drive a car, I drive a car. They're not the same car. What's the
Well,
difference?
um,
Okay, I drive a Dodge. What kind of car do you drive?
I drive a taxi.
You drive a taxi. Okay. Okay, so that's the difference. Yours is a taxi, mine's a Dodge. So what's the difference between the atom and the PM tick?
Well, if I said it's a hydrogen, I'm talking about size being the same. I'm not sure really. I just know that its direction, it's going off, it's moving away. And it's not, I mean, it will become something with others.
Well, Gail, this is where the problem comes in. You have demonstrated the severity of the problem. You have really provided a huge service.
It doesn't feel like it, but go
How about
ahead.
if I tell you that the atom contributes to the periodic table of elements?
Okay, yeah.
The periodic table of elements, which is
I mean, we know that one is one. And it loses 50% only of itself unless it wants to
I
decay.
guess the problem is that, you know, we are not looking at the whole picture here. We're talking about plasma science here. And so the PM tick is plasma in motion.
Yes.
And the atom is part of physical science.
Okay, yeah.
So you're
In other
looking at
words, it's
you're look-
actually part of the plasma, but we're looking at it from our matter state. Okay.
so the atom is a description of a hydrogen according to the periodic table of elements. It
Okay.
is the only element on the periodic table of elements that does not have a neutron.
Right.
And so in the decay of a neutron, it creates this atom. So the neutron is gone. It creates an atom, but it also creates a PM tick. So this PM tick is also a hydrogen, but this is a plasmatic hydrogen. There's a plasmatic hydrogen, there's a physical hydrogen.
So it's energy in motion. Yes.
Right. You're not the only one that is having trouble with this. This is a huge, huge problem. You know, just to overcome this little point is like Mount Everest, you know, trying to get over that hump. The PM tick is a hydrogen, plasma hydrogen in motion. It has to have a magnetical component. It has to have a gravitational component. And it has to have a maggrav condition. Otherwise, it doesn't exist.
I agree on that one.
So a PM tick does exist. That's the point. It does exist. So it has all those attributes. So in order to have all those attributes, it has to have a combination of 3 different energy states. Matter state, dark matter, antimatter. Antimatter is the highest energy state. Matter state is the lowest energy state. In between that is the dark matter energy state. In between each of these states is a transfer state. You have to maintain a maggrav condition, 3 energy states and 2 in-between states. But there's this third energy in-between state. That is the emission, absorption of the energy from the maggrav. And one is self-binding and one is flowing. So you have both those characteristics. The self-binding keeps the maggrav condition, and the flowing determines its position.
Dale, you've done better than I would have answering these questions.
You've done a massive service. Massive service you've done, Gail.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I haven't?
Because I'm pushing you.
Yes, you are.
Mark, do you agree with me?
Gail, can I ask you a question?
By all means.
This is Selena.
Hi, Selena.
Yeah, hi. No, oh no, I'm asking Gail, are you trying to write down a book about plasma?
You mean she's trying to author a book?
Yeah.
I don't think so. She's trying to understand the books. The book 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, she's reading the
much
books.
more.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Selena, you were asking me. I didn't know. I have a bad connection. Go ahead.
I'm asking, are you trying to write down a book about plasma? Author a book?
Well, at the moment, I'm just trying to understand it more.
Okay.
Especially since we have to learn things like transmuting and so on. I want to get right down to the basics so I'm not confused about anything.
Okay. So plasma is not totally matter. So Mr. Keshe write down this book because he has experience. And all other plasma science who are writing the book, they have little experience, little or more. So they have little more experiences than regular people, right? So, so I think so. It's better. Yeah, it is better if you combine to get the experience and read the book. Then you will understand more and easily. It is just my thought. It would be better, I think so, if you get little experience by yourself. Everything will be clear.
Experienced by?
Well, you've made GANs, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen
Not-
this rotating field?
Not quite as beautifully as you have done there. I
Well,
mean,
the one on the left
nice.
is mine, and the one on the right came from a Brazilian knowledge seeker. I don't know the name right now.
Oh, okay. I mean,
But
I have a lot of salt and all that sort of thing happening, but not as nice as the one on the right. No.
that one is very special. Yeah,
Oh, it's beautiful.
I've used that as an example because it's brilliant. It's a round field and a round corral.
Mm-hmm. It's
But
amazing.
I want to point this one out to you. So you see the difference between the in the PM tick? You see, it has to have a negative and a positive charge.
Yeah.
So it is positive, right? It has a gravitational component
Mm-hmm.
and it's going somewhere and it knows which direction it's going. Something can change that motion. Something can change that direction. You know, you send your husband to the grocery store and he goes to the pool hall. So I thought I sent you to the grocery store. Yeah, well, I ran into a friend and we decided to shoot a game.
And left you to starve. Yes.
Well, the field strength of
The
the
game
pool
is
hall was
important.
better, more important. Yeah, he's got his priorities straight. Oh, it's bad, eh?
Yeah, it is.
So energy in motion has to have a Magravs condition. So where's it going? So in order to know where it's going, you have to know where it came from. So when you just look at this, you don't know where it came from, you don't know where it's going. But if you look at the spectrum, what does the spectrum show?
The spectrum of hydrogen, you mean? Or anything?
Anything.
Well, I always think in terms of isotopes, if you're talking about spectrum, but
Now why can't I find it? And I have to find it. I'm in the wrong place. Here we go. What's this one? Oh yeah. You see that spectrum?
yes. And that's iron.
Right, and that's the fingerprint of iron.
Mhm.
Or if you went into an ice cream store, that would be the flavor.
Right?
And how do you make a flavor?
Well, you have to add things together.
Ah, okay. So we have different flavors and different colors and different shades. Right, so that's one, you know, this is another, totally different.
Oh,
Okay, so whatever this is a crowd of PM ticks. And they've come together and they've created a neutron. And then that neutron has interacted with the Earth and created an inertia field. So what you have here is a combination of the flavors of the PM tick with the environment of the earth. And that's the fingerprint.
And
Now-
yeah.
Go ahead.
And I just wanted to know what is your reason for the moon not rotating? So it's not plasmatic.
The moon itself is not rotating in its physicality.
Yes, I just wondered what
But the plasma fields have to rotate. The physical rotation and the plasmatic rotation are two different things.
Yes, yes. As we see in the earth, otherwise we would have a very strange rotation.
Well, so I have been trying to segregate the plasmatic fields from the physical fields. Okay, because we pretty well mastered physical science, but we don't understand the plasmatic science. And the reason for it is because we only look at what we see. We don't look at the gaps in between. You know, there's in between the colors. There's gaps in there, right?
Right?
So those gaps are like nano gaps.
Yes.
So clearly we have bright lines and shady lines and dark lines. And so you have the full spectrum, but it's not a broad spectrum, it's a fingerprint. Now, this is a light emission in its physicality. And if you were to look at another planet and you found this fingerprint there,
then they would have silicon. Yes.
right. So therefore, what I'm saying to you right now in English, the hydrogen on this planet is the hydrogen anywhere in the universe.
Okay.
It's unique. It's hydrogen. Hello. Okay. The reason it's visible is because of the interaction with the Earth. So if you're looking from Earth to see silicone from another planet, or silicon, sorry, to look at it from another planet, it would have the same fingerprint because you're looking at it from the Earth environment.
Okay.
You change the environment, you're going to change the appearance.
So.
Because this fingerprint includes the flavor of Earth.
He seemed to be indicating that it wasn't environment dependent, even though we've always heard this. It's what goes on inside of the core of the planet would change the planet. So we've always heard it's all based on the environment. The soul is manifesting this way, creating a man on this planet because it's just passing through the fields of this planet.
Exactly, yeah.
But he seemed to be indicating in this one, are we dependent on the outside environment, or can we create within the creator what's needed or what's wanted or what's desired, regardless of what the exterior environment is? This is what I
have, as you know, I've used the dandelion as an example in many of my classes. The reason for it is because the dandelion has an extremely long root, and the dandelion is seeking calcium. Every plant is a chemical factory, and it has an affinity for a certain element on the periodic table of elements. Not exclusive, but, a primary. And so all things are working in combination. So each plant has its own flavor. Each plant is an independent variable, just like humans are independent variables. But what the plants do is that when they decay, that mineral is now deposited on the surface of the earth. So if you have a very acidic soil condition, the dandelions will grow profusely because the dandelions are calcium delivery plants. If you cut the dandelions, you will kill the cycle. So if you let the dandelions go to seed and then let the seeds grow, in the second year, you will have an unbelievable number of dandelions. And then if you let that go, in the third year, you will probably have maybe a few dandelions. That's it. Because you will now have deposited all the calcium on the surface, and so there's no need for them to grow there. Now you have an environment that would be conducive for another plant to grow there. Because the physical manifestation is an inertia field from the plasmatic interaction of the vertical people and the soul of the earth body.
That's beautiful. It's a pioneer.
So if you look at the mass confusion that were you going to ask a question, Mark?
No.
Okay. If you were looking at the mining industry on this earth, right? So we say, oh, why does the copper grow here? Why does the gold grow there? And why does the oil grow there? When the earth is spinning, why is it all? I mean, if you put 5 different foods in a bowl and you get a whisk and you start to, whip this thing, you will get a cream. And it'll be a blend of all of these things. And yet, when you open up this mine, you'll get copper, you get gold, you get oil. They're not all messed up, although the earth is spinning. So what is the difference? The difference is when you're cooking, you're mixing everything with a whisk, and everything is being blended together in the physicality. But what you have here is a physical manifestation of the plasmatic interaction between the elements of the minerals that have a soul and the earth that has a soul. And so the inertia field is created and you have the oil. But what's the difference between oil and metal, like copper or gold? One is fluid and the one is solid. So the fluid flows. So if you extract the oil, more oil will come in its place. If you mine the gold, more gold will come in its place, except that the gold doesn't flow. So that's why you don't see because the rate of change, the way you scoop out the ore out of a mine is much faster than the reproduction of the ore. Whereas with oil, the oil is flowing. So wherever it is flowing from, is a source, is the gravitational source. It is at that gravitational source that the oil is flowing. Now, if that is satisfied, then the oil will stop flowing. But since we're drawing more oil, now we're creating a gradient charge. And so there's a flow of oil. And so going back to the source, oh, well, now it'll turn on again. And so that's the difference. So it's the same principle. When you eat food, you put a seed and that seed will grow. So that becomes the source. Or you take a seed of a plant and you put it in the soil and it grows up into a plant. Now, if you harvest that plant, then it'll grow again. But if you don't harvest that plant, then that plant will, and this is why they let fields go fallow. They don't harvest 1 year. They go through crop rotation, because whatever's left on that field now restores the minerals back into the soil, which allows the next crop to enjoy. So let's paraphrase that. The waste from one crop becomes the nourishment for another crop. Gail, are we making progress?
Have we exhausted this yet, Alex?
Alex, I'm so sorry. I'm in the middle of load shedding and there's rain outside, so I'm having a little problem hearing you sometimes, but it's not bad right now. I have no electricity, but I already had turned on my battery charger things, so it's okay.
Oh my God, it's I'm so sorry for your condition there. Well, you'll have to go through the recording and review this. But my
Yes.
question was if we're making progress. And
Yes, it's working. The only thing I wanted to say, you know, everything is plasma, right?
right.
And it's just that in the matter state, it's very, very slow. So we're able to touch it, and the inertia and everything else creates things you can look at and see, and
Right.
on and on. But I wanted to be able to talk about everything in terms of plasma. So that's part of what I'm after, you know, like it's not enough for me just to know that there's the hydrogen, and then you get 3 pairs of deuteriums, and then you end up with your carbon, and you've got a pathway to the creator, so to speak. And that everything in the universe is really created from the hydrogen. And I like
Well,
that.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the simple part. But then now we're getting into the complicated movements.
Oh, no. The simple part is that you understand the notes on the piano.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes, I do.
There's only 8 of them: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then it starts to A again. So that's it. That's the simple part. The hard part is to master the instrument, you know, write the music, sing the
Yes.
songs. Well, those
Yeah.
that's all part of the creation. Okay, so all we're doing is doing the basics here. And that's what I'm really trying to get a hold of. So if you're going down to the basic of the basics, you're starting to split hairs. And you know, all you have to do is think about, you know, your computer monitor or your computer, and you know, take the time to take it apart chip by chip, you know, transistor by transistor, and analyze each and every one of them, and then put it all back together again in time for next Sunday's meeting. And then we'll talk about power failures. Because you won't be able to put it together again.
I'm not touching it. I'm not touching
because
anything.
you know, you don't take it apart to figure out how it works, okay? You know, it's like training, well, you know, how does a dog work, you know? Well, let's cut it open and find out. No, you're killing it. This is stupid. Okay, so you have to understand that things always working together, but you have to understand the concept of how these things work together. Okay, so you know, write a book on you know what makes a successful marriage. You know, you're going to come up with all sorts of things, but there has to be a give and take, right? And you know, the product of a successful marriage is the family. So what is the family? The family is the inertia field that comes from the plasmatic field of the interaction of the two that are creating the family. This is plasma science. This is how it works. This is how the universe works. That's why peace on earth is so important. Okay, and this is why a lot of people don't want that, because to them, they see a marriage, you know, where one wears the pants in the family and the other one does the bidding. That's not the way the universe works.
Yeah.
And so when you listen to the recording, I think you really realize the service that you've done here, because you have focused in on what I see as the #1 problem that I've had over the years. And with this people on the panel, very dedicated, very knowledgeable, high IQ, and they get it. Okay, because we don't have dumb questions anymore. You know, I hate to say that, but you know, I would go through a whole seminar and try and differentiate between the physical field and the plasmatic field, and then someone would come and ask a question about the physical field. That's about this. We'll talk about plasma science. You know, what did they talk about for the last 2 hours? You know?
Don't mention any names if you don't mind, Alex.
No, am I a good boy?
What do you
Come on.
have in mind?
Oh, no. Well, it isn't just one, okay? So I'm just saying, but it's normal, okay? And so we bring up the topic, but you know, we talked about this 4 years ago. You know, and you know, when I got involved with the Brazilian community, I mean, the questions that they would ask were amazing questions. And I was like, well, you know, I don't get these questions from other communities. And, you know, it's not to downplay, but it's just to say, why do 29 people come to a Brazilian seminar on making GANs? And the only way I would be able to get 2 or 3 people coming to one of my seminars was if I brought a case of beer. And this is not a joke. This is the reality. This is the way it is, you know. Well, you know, I'm running a seminar. Would you be interested? I'm serving beer, you know, like I want to, you know, make it more attractive, right? At least, you know, they come, well, I don't really understand what you're talking about, but at least I've got a beer. You know, well, you know, maybe I should put some sandwiches too, you know. Oh yeah, then I'm coming for sure, you know. It you know, we forget about the essence of it. We're coming, the purpose of the plasma science. You know, this was the thing when I went to school and asked the teacher, you know, why are we learning these things? Well, and the teacher could never answer that question. I was like, well, you know, that's kind of dumb, you know, because the truth is the reason the teacher is teaching is because of the big bucks that they're making, you know, and it's a nice lifestyle. You know? So, okay, but how does that help me as a student? So why am I picking on you? Because you said that you wanted to learn. You said that you wanted to teach other people. Okay, so it behooves me to teach you. And But I'm not just teaching you. This is a serious, serious problem. All the knowledge seekers are having problems. It comes up time and again. What is plasmatic? What is physical? If I say, I saw a green light, boom, you know that's physical. If I say I saw a flash, that could be plasmatic. Okay, because it's not a color. You didn't see it. It was just, you know, you saw a flash in your mind. How come you see a flash in your mind? Did you create that flash, or was that an inertia field? And then was that an inertia field of what? The two other plasmas. So you could have two plasmatic fields create an inertia field of plasma. And then you could have two plasmatic fields create an inertia field of physicality. And then if I take two physical fields and blend them together, I might make a soup or a pizza or a car. But I would have to really put a lot of energy into that, because I'm the missing ingredient. I'm the guy who had to get the hammer and screwdriver and saw and put it all together. Whereas we could do this plasmatically, we become the creator. So these are the skills that we have to learn in our relationships, and these are the part of the science that is going to be demonstrated in less than 7 weeks, less than 6 weeks. And we have to get used to this new way of thinking. Don't think from the physicality. What did I create? I ate cups of light. I put some nano-coated copper, and I created GANs. Well, you are made of GANs. And I don't see any nano-coated copper coils hanging from your earlobes. Well, I'll speak for myself then. Anyway, understanding the difference between from the plasma creating the physicality as opposed to from the physicality to create the plasma. Yes, it's a two-way street. That's why we have a body enhancement unit. This is where we enhance the physicality, and we have a material enhancement. This is where we create the physicality from the plasma. So you want gold, we can create that. You want copper, we can create that. Right? So we didn't think that that was possible. When we all went to school, no one talked in those terms. We only talked about physical science that we could prove. Well, we now have the proof that there's another part of the science that we have completely ignored. That's the point. So I thank you. I thank you very, very much for, you know, suffering through this. But I'm telling you that maybe in a month's time you'll listen to this again and you realize what a valuable service you have provided.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. It was very good. Can I say something now?
By all means. Sure, yes.
Okay, I want to say something about my experience. So if it is help a little bit the situation, the teaching, that's why I want to repeat something, not new. I think so. I explained more before. So I have I didn't read the Mr. Keshe book, but I understand because of my experience. I didn't know what is that, but now I understand what is going on. So a lot of stuff I compare with my experience and then I find out what is going on in there. So that's why I want to tell everybody. when I used to meditate a long time ago, in deep meditation, I used to see always bright light, and then after few months later, I used to see rainbow type something light, like a ribbon. It is circle, and some of them like a different color, is a purple color, yellow color, green color, gold color, and a lot of color. It is circling, and when it is circling and circling, and suddenly it make hole in the middle, and then when it make hole, then I can see the space. And sometimes I told before, I used to see like a cylinder. I'm here, I'm watching from the rainbow to the cylinder in other side, what is going on. That is one way of seeing the field, or whatever it is, space. And then another way, sometimes I go inside the cylinder and go other side in the space. That time I can feel everything. Whatever it is, I can feel their emotion, what is going on, I know. And then I can see 360 degree everywhere, up, down, left, right, everywhere. That is another way. And then I understand those are the plasma and the cylindric stuff, whatever it is we are learning. But another thing is happen now. Now means few years. It's like a sonic boom. I don't have to meditate. I don't have to do anything. There is like a clouds or like a smoke, something. I can punch and hold, make hole. So there is another thing. Oh, so we didn't start to learn those things yet. But whatever it is, the plasma, whatever which I talk before, those kinds of stuff we're learning right now. So there is a lot of stuff we don't know yet. We just touch.
Agree.
Yeah. So we have to know a lot, and we need to be open-minded. So if we try to understand everything with material way, we're never going to learn. And if we understand easier way and faster way, we have to go to that kinds of experience. Not like a lot of experience, but little bit more whatever we have right now. So that is the way, I think. And that's why I told to learn experience. Not only reading the book and getting the teaching, and we need to experience by ourselves, in our body, in our soul, in our emotion. We have to learn, and that way the change will be coming, and that is the change we are looking for, and that is the way.
Yeah, it sounds like you're opening up that curtain, or that second eye, perhaps.
Yes,
you said
thank
you
you.
can go into that cylinder and come out on the other side, see everything, feel everything in a 360 degree. So again,
yeah, I agree.
This is some of the things we're going to be experiencing, I think, as we charge up these reactors, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, to certain proportions where things just start to happen because the energies are there. And then he's saying, you know, do we have to eat or even breathe to absorb all these energies, or can we do it directly from the universe without a breath and without a bite of food? I think it's very possible. And perhaps this is what we're being directed into. to learn how to do it ourselves completely, what Selena was just in a way talking about.
Yeah, this is terrific, Mark, and then I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present, and I think we have really crossed a watershed here. This was a watershed moment. I really appreciate it very, very much. So I can sign off here and go into the background if you need me. I'll be here. And I'll hand it over to you, Mark, and look forward to another review next week.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you,
Selena?
Alex.
Yes, everyone else who participated, even on the silent line of communication, is fine.
Thank you, Alex and Mark. Thank you, Gail, and everybody. Yes,
Well,
thank you for
Alex.
listening.
Anyone else have anything they want to bring up before I play the short clip on the Wellness Center, which seems to be the next bigger, of course, the conference, the ambassadors conference is the next biggest thing, it appears, but also this meeting in Macau is another wellness conference that's going to be happening, and maybe we'll hear more about this in the coming weeks. As was just said, it's only a number of weeks away before the ambassadors conference. So a lot of things moving and happening, and we're all part of it in a way, especially going into the monthly sessions. Mr. Keshe said we do appreciate and we need your help to develop these systems. So please consider that if you're not going to make the London, or even if you do make the London appearance. Also, the monthly sessions are very important for you, as well as the foundation in developing these systems. So you're all a very important part of it. And I don't know what next year will bring. We may see some of these systems coming out, and it does seem like they're right on the edge of massively releasing a number of things, slowly, but yet massively. I don't know if those two coincide. But things will be starting to move, and many people will be asking questions, and I think the fields on this planet are also changing. To allow people that opening of understanding or their inquisitiveness to start asking a little bit more about their existence, their creation, the process of creation, and so on, and how the universe really works. So maybe many more people will become interested in this than sports games or other movies that we seem to go to divert our attention, and this will be a major line of study for the entire planet. This is the way, obviously, the books are going to be rewritten. This will take some time, and then, of course, people going through university, but it's all coming together very, very beautifully, softly, but at the same time moving forward, as I see it. So thank you all for being a part of it. Any other comments from anyone they'd like to make, or that you were holding back, you wanted to bring up?
I'd like to thank Gail for the excellent teaching she's been providing us lately.
Yes, agree.
An expansion of awareness. We're all in this together to learn and experience.
Wow. Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
But I didn't do anything. I just sort of tried to interact.
Okay. Thank you all. Of course, we have the students are starting the classes again this week. I think they'll start on Tuesday with an orientation. So you can find that in the student channel on Telegram. I think the first schedule has been put up. And Tuesday will be an orientation in the morning, and then followed by the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which will be at 4 p.m. on Tuesday. The reactor group will happen 7 a.m. on Wednesday. Knowledge Seekers Workshop, usually 9 a.m. CET time on Thursday. And then, of course, the Brazilian meeting on Friday. And there's many other language community meetings, the German meeting, the Spanish meeting, the French meeting, I think, is still going on. The Italians are working quite vigorously there with their star formation and so on. So feel free to join the other groups, even if you don't understand the language. As we know, nothing is hidden from the soul. So they would be happy to have you. The African meeting as well in Kenya. Feel free to stop in, and they would be happy to have you, and you may gain more than you think you would have, even though you don't understand the physical language. And we've been trying that and practicing that, and I think it does work. So I'm going to play the little clip of the wellness system, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Again, anyone want to bring anything else, have any questions about conferences or monthly sessions? And again, this is the important part, to try and attend London or even Beijing. Again, Mr. Keshe said you couldn't buy your way into the Beijing conference, but you may get voted into it. So there's many things going on in the background, and we'll see some of these taboos broken in London. And then further, taking it further into China. As we know, even some of these space cities are being developed or planned right at this very moment, as Dean likes to say. So thank you all for being a part of it, bringing the change, understanding more so you can share more in the future. Nobody has it all, but we're working towards understanding the totality more and more. Thank you, Randy. And thank each and every one of you for being here and being part of this change. Even though we may not understand our role fully at this point, there'll be something for each and every one of us to do and to further this development and the peace on the planet, as well as interaction with the universal community, which is very, I'm sure they're anticipating this quite strongly as well, how it's all going to work out. And they're showing us some things, we're going to be showing them some things. So this is a whole new world for this beautiful planet Earth. So thank you all again. And I will take the screen in a moment. We will play the Wellness Center, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you'll see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man, operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow, with no patients.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.